Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? See what we're going to get into today. Let's go look at... Okay. Sorry, I got so much going on. Trying to charge this thing up. Got like a little charging block that I use for my phone. Amish stuff? Yes, I've got more Amish stuff going on. I don't know why. But I'm still scrolling through. When I was scrolling through Facebook, I was finding more Amish stuff. It's nuts. It's bononkers. I don't know where it came from. It's the beard? Maybe. Maybe. Well, I'm going to go... Look at him, he's just over here soloing stuff. We're going to make our way back to town. I've got lots of money here. Whoops. I'm rich. I'm rich. We got lots of bone chips. Some Nomad's Grace. Let's try to see if we can get rid of some of this weight on our way back to town. I had a little too much wine last night. Now I'm all like dehydrated and I got a headache. Gotta drink some more water. Oh boy. You know, we might be able to make some cotton bags and stuff now, too. Oops. Forgot to push the button that time. Oop, that's leather. I don't need leather. Dang it. Keep forgetting to push the button. I feel like they increased the rate of gain. Oh, maybe they didn't. Maybe I just got lucky there. Maybe I just got lucky. Just a warning, I zoned in Night Harbor on my main and haven't been able to log back in. Stuck on a loading screen every time I try to log back in. Uh-oh. This morning you did that? They had an issue yesterday with Sungreet Strands. Have you like gone on the forums and checked? Do we need to look on the forums and see what's going on? Bug report. Endless loading screen while on Sungreet Strands. This is from yesterday. Shaded Dunes to Night Harbor has the same problem. That was this morning. Can't zone to Night Harbor. Well, hang on. That's not good. Copying this from Trent. This is just recently. The devs are aware if anyone has a stuck character in Night Harbor, if you send me your player log, I'll pass it to them. They're asking for them. Okay. Well, that was literally like just now. We're not going to Night Harbor. All right, so we just won't go to Night Harbor for now. We'll skip that. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. And for now, we'll run around. How much do I have? I only have 8 minutes on Speed of the Wild. No. Well, we'll just get rid of the weight. Not good. We'll get rid of this weight. It's only 34 copper anyway. So we'll just get rid of that. That'll save us some weight. And we'll go to Sungreet Strands and just do some basic mining. See if we can get our mining up. I'm trying to get mining to 150. It's at 130. I need to get it to 150, which takes forever. The last like 5 or something or 10 takes a really long time because you can only do rich silver veins. So it's kind of an issue. I don't know if they're planning on changing that or if they're planning on leaving it like that. I don't know. Man. I got like a runny nose, but not a runny nose. It's weird. Thanks so much for the YouTube videos. Yeah, no worries, Twitch. No problem at all. I'll be making some more videos as we get closer to early access. Like probably in May, we're going to do a lot of videos on the different classes and their changes and all that. Yeah. Drink too much wine. I've heard vitamin B or P, B, and R can help with that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know, I've heard the same. I've heard the same. Oh, that's not my favorite. I am not a big fan of PBR. Not a fan. I mean, when I was younger, I drank some of it just because it was cheap. But yeah. But yeah, I went over to my my sister's house last night. The whole family, we all got together for dinner and just kind of hanging out. And she had bought a bottle of the wine that I like to drink, my favorite wine. You know, it's an inexpensive. It's not a cheap wine, but it's an inexpensive wine. But it's very good. And she bought that, and I got over there and was like, I'm gonna have a glass. And then that turned into 2 glasses, and then 3 glasses. You know, and then I'm like, oh boy, now I got a headache. Good morning, Kraft. How you doing? It's the best beer sold in 30 packs. Yeah. Funny story about PBR. There is a bar in downtown Charleston, which is the second highest sales of PBR in the United States. It's called Recovery Room. Let me see if I can find it. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Recovery Room PBR sales. Yeah, right here. Dive Bar sold over 130,000 cans in 2022, solidifying its reputation as a premier PBR destination. But yeah, like in 2026, world-renowned seller of PBR, holding a top spot for a decade. It's like crazy, man. It's crazy. They sold more PBR than like everybody except for one company last year. Just nuts. No, it's not Josh Wine. Although my name is Josh. But no, it's not. That's not the wine. I like Apothic. That's my favorite. A friend of mine bought some for me a long time ago as a housewarming gift back many moons ago. And she was like, "You got to try this wine. It's it's really good or whatever." And tried it, and I'm like, "Yep, that's my go-to wine from this point on." At the time when I first started drinking it and buying it, it was only like $7 a bottle. It's up to like 12 now. Is max level 50? No, max level is 60. We've been very slow the last couple of days with our XP. We just haven't really been pushing XP at all. Just kind of slowing down. People are a bit frustrated with some things in the game. So that's kind of where we are at the moment. My druid is stuck in a loading screen. Are you in town, Craft? Are you in Night Harbor? Night Harbor has an issue. And the devs have asked, according to this right here, the devs have asked you send in their log, your player.log file, which is located here. So yeah. Yesterday was rough. Decided after playing for an hour or so last night, it's better wait till the devs fix the bugs this patch gave. Yeah. The donkey dupe was funny to see though. Yeah, the donkey dupe was hilarious. I loved that. That was fun. But yeah, people were getting frustrated last night. A lot of people weren't logging in. People just weren't motivated to do much. My group is kind of like, these changes are just not good. So that's kind of where we are right now with it. Let's see. Is there any in-game content yet? Raid mobs, etc.? Yes, there are some raid mobs in the game. So if you get to level 60 and you can muster up a couple of groups, you can definitely do some in-game content. I don't know. I haven't done it myself until after or since the alpha test. And in the alpha test, we gave a lot of feedback on those. They were not in a good place. They were, in fact, some of them were way too easy. There was some issues with them. Let's just put it that way. And hopefully they're looking into that. I know it's not a priority for the team. I think that the leveling process, the journey from 1 to 60 and the quest and the world building and all that are more of a priority. But, I don't want them. I would hate for them to release the game in early access. People get to level 60 and then the raid content just be like, it's very good loot that was on it, like very good gear that you could get. The raids were interesting. A couple of them were pretty fun, but overall you could cheese the heck out of them. Most of them. Some of them were still hard, but you could cheese a couple of them very easily. You could duo or sometimes solo some of the raid content. So it was a whole thing. I'm hoping they look into it. I'll go very slow for sure. In EQ2, I was level 20 for 3 months, disabling XP, not to outlevel zones and quests. Yeah, if that's what you're into, I mean, I encourage it if that's what you're into. I personally will be leveling up to 60 very quickly on the early access. You know, like I said, this is beta still. We're not really pushing super duper hard. You know, we push hard-ish, but not going crazy with it. Yeah, we're just gonna, we're kind of in a way saving ourselves for early access, where we're probably gonna push pretty hard. But yeah, anyway. I need Sal. I need Sal. Sal. Good morning. How are you? I'm doing well, Devin. I'm doing well. How are you? I finally, I don't know what happened, but my YouTube chat is now in my normal chat again. So, yay! Yay for me. I have no idea why for a couple days it just didn't show up. Yeah, I guess we'll do this until, let me see. Is Isar getting on? Did I join the... Yeah, I did. We'll do this until Isar gets on. And then, you know, maybe he and I will duo some stuff. Maybe some of the other guys will get on. I don't know. We will see. We will see. Working from home today? Nice. Very nice. You know, like, I'm kind of torn on the whole work from home thing. It's like that. That's like the job that everybody strives to get. Is you're like, oh man, I want a job that I can work from home, and they all push for it. Then they get it, and they're like, this is great for the first 6 months, year, or something. Then after a while, I start seeing people that are just like, man, working from home is so boring. I never talk to anybody, and they just want to chat. Then they end up like doing these Zoom calls, and they're just kind of, they do random Zoom calls just to chat with their friends from work, and like that's their only human interaction. I kind of feel for people like that, like I really do. It's gotta be boring. We had a weird party bug last night. Player disconnected and it was still in the party. When they logged back in, he was still grayed out in the party window, but not actually in the group. If you would have invited them back into your group, it probably would have put them back in your group twice. I had the same bug, and a buddy of mine logged out or disconnected or something happened, and he stayed in the group. And then we invited him back when he rejoined, and he was in the group twice last night. So, yeah. I don't know what's going on. Are there mounts in the game right now? There are mounts, yeah. They don't move faster, though. So, mounts aren't like... They are not for movement speed. They are currently for having, like, extra carry space or bag space. Deceivingly hard to work from home. Yeah, all the distractions. Exactly. Like people don't realize. Like I think the world may start to go back to in office work. I really think that we're going to get back to that at some point. So yeah, we'll have to see what's going to happen. But companies are starting to slowly do it. I don't know. Did you see the Sungreet was messed up last night? We all were stuck in there. Yes, Sungreet was messed up, and now apparently Night Harbor's messed up. I actually prefer to be in my office most of the time. 1 or 2 days at home is fine, but I don't focus well. Yeah, I get it. You have a lot of distractions. You've got the TV. You can turn that on. You can watch whatever you want. You got the couch sitting over there calling your name, saying, "Hey, come take a nap." You know? But yeah, apparently Night Harbor right now is bugged. Don't go to Night Harbor. You know, I don't know. I don't know, ladies and gents. I don't know. This update kind of showed. I was talking about it yesterday, I think, when the update first hit. We were first logged in yesterday. This update kind of showed what it's been like with updates in this game. Oftentimes, it's when they do an update, things break. Lots of things break. And they have to spend time trying to fix it and figure it out, you know, what's breaking. And I'm not sure why it happens, but it's a lot of like weird little things. We had one break one time where you're just running straight ahead and all of a sudden you just hit like an invisible wall and it'll just start going like, it'll start pushing you this way like that. And it was everywhere throughout the entire game. We had another one where you couldn't target, or you could target enemies, but the line of sight, there was line of sight issues everywhere throughout the entire game. It had something to do with the lighting. Like wherever they were putting lighting, like little lighting nodes or whatever throughout, those were causing line of sight issues. There's just little issues like that pop up quite a bit. So get used to that during the beta. Hopefully they can get a handle on it. You know, I would hate for them to go into early access and release an update or a patch, and then all of a sudden, you know, half the people in the game can't play. It's not good once the product is released, you know. While it's still in beta is one thing, but once it's released and people are paying, that's a different issue. Last patch was a doozy. It was, yeah. Do you know that old programmer adage? 99 bugs to fix, 99. Yes. Take one down. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, one fix causes a bunch of other bugs to arise, and it's that this game is no exception to that. Happens quite a bit. Is that a node right there? I think that is a node right there. Let's go for that. I didn't even know there. I didn't know there was a node over there, so we're gonna go get that one. I'm moving slowly though. I need some sow. Oh, there's another node there. I found 2 nodes that I didn't even know existed. I didn't know they were here. Finally able to acquire myself a key. For nice, like you got a key for like a friend key, or did you win one in like one of the giveaways? Nick is still doing giveaways. He's doing like 5 per stream or something. So if you get into his stream, you do not have to watch the entire stream. You can actually go into the stream and enter the giveaway and then leave if you want to. He is not requiring people to be there. Friend key. I was talking to a guy that came up. Nice. Glad somebody got you a friend key. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, you know, I like seeing people sharing their keys that they get. It's awesome. Oop, there's a node right there. It's good that, you know, some people in the community are coming together and doing that. This is gonna take forever. Beta key waiting room? Oh no. Your name is perfect. 404 not found. It's perfect. I'm waiting for a beta key. 404 not found. You're still 48? No, I'm 49. Almost 50. Almost 50. Does it say 48 in my thing? Yeah, I'm almost 50. But we have been slacking. Absolutely, we have been slacking. My group has been kind of like with some things lately, like the charm thing being one of those. You know, just some of the direction that the devs are going at the moment. Some things are frustrating some people, so we'll see. Thank you for the measuring stick. Did it today with your guide. Nice. I'm glad you got through it. Got it finished. Whatever. Yeah, I'm glad. Glad it helped out. That measuring stick quest is the best weapon for most spellcasters. It's actually one of the best weapons now with the changes to way charm works. For anybody that has a charm class, since it has intelligence, it has wisdom, it has charisma, it's got like everything on it. So it's really good. What class are you playing to main at release? I'll be playing a fighter, most likely. I mean, that could change. That could change. Like if I'm playing a fighter right now, and if my group and the people that I play with, if we all continue to play the game, I'll be playing a fighter and be the tank and main tank and all that kind of stuff. But if my friends decide to not play the game, which there's some things that are happening that's causing a couple of them to be like, I don't know if I'm gonna be playing this game in early access if things continue this way, then maybe I'll have to pick a different class and I'll play something different. We'll see. What's your time played? I haven't checked it in a few days. We can look. Right now it's at 8 days, 20 hours, 36 minutes. But like I said, we have slowed down the last like 3 or 4 days quite a bit. I'm slacking harder than you. I'm trying to figure out the trees. The trees one. What's that? Night Harbor is nuked. Don't go there. You'll get stuck in limbo. Yeah, I heard about that. So that's why we're out here harvesting nodes instead of going into Night Harbor. That stat summary window above your chat box, how do you bring that up? So you just right click anywhere over here on this like persona window, right click on that and go to mini stats. That's going to give you the mini stat window. You can right click and also do the pop out stats and it's going to give you the full thing. But that mini stat window is awesome. And then I just make it bigger. Like you can actually resize it right here like this. So you can make it super tiny if you want to. But I'd make it bigger so you all can see it. Tree zone. Oh, you're talking about Evershade Weld or Wield, whatever. Yeah. Started putting together a group this morning. Wondered why there's so few people. Infinite bad look. Yeah. By the way, if you haven't seen Adult Zone in Night Harbor, yeah. A lot of people are talking about it. So I was warned before going into Night Harbor, luckily. So I guess a lot of people probably logged out in Night Harbor and can't log back in. What's up, Hyper Taco? How you doing? Okay, so Gith will be on here in a little bit. We'll probably just go do some stuff with him. You want to try to spell it? I totally get you, Westmore. Spelling is not my forte either. Hey, we got Silver Node. Woohoo! We can actually gain some skill ups. Come on, give me some skill ups. Alright, we got 2 skill ups out of the Silver Node. I'll take them. We got a Flawed Black Pearl. I don't care about that. We don't need Jagged Stone. Was about to log in. Yeah, if you logged out in Night Harbor, you might get stuck. They're working on it. The devs know about it. They're working on it. So hopefully it gets resolved soon. So we're just going to kind of run around and try to level up mining. Get to that sweet, sweet 150. I feel like they need to adjust that a little bit. I don't know. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. You know, I'm not a huge trade skiller, and honestly, once you get past that 150, it doesn't really matter much anymore. I guess you have another spot where you have to push past to get to, I think, the platinum or something. It's kind of annoying to push past, but I guess you could consider those trade skill hell levels, you know? I don't know if that's the plan. I assume it is, because it's been that way for a while. They don't seem to be changing it. I don't see any that way. I don't see anything over there. Oh, I see a thing here. Your thoughts on Hoku's big post about itemization? I mean, I read some of it. I kind of agree. Yeah, like, you know, I agree on that kind of stuff. Yeah, the itemization definitely in alpha was better. You know, items were fun to get. When you got a new item, you're like, this is cool, this is fun. And then, you know, now it's just everything's lackluster. It's just kind of boring. You know, like you get, like this right here. Like, why do we have so many plate pieces that have just 4 int on it? And I get it, there are Inquisitors and Shadow Knights, right? But ultimately, they're still a tank class. You know, can we get tank gear? You know, itemization that's geared towards tanks. And there are items out there that are geared toward tanks, don't get me wrong. But it's just, a lot of stuff is just boring. You know? It's really boring. Should be 4 stamina, 1 int? Yeah, like that's what I think. 4 stamina, 1 int makes so much more sense. You know, Shadow Knight and Inquisitor, they need int, but they don't need that much int. You know, they need stamina. And then the other classes need wisdom. You know, like, I don't know. Stuff like that is just like, well, why are we doing that? Then you have this right here, you know, the Onyx Van Bracers. This is okay. You know, 3 stamina, 10 HP, 1 strength. You know, that's an okay piece. I don't know. It feels lackluster comparatively. Yeah, exactly. They're itemizing Shadow Knight and Inquisitor like they're pure casters, and it's like they're not, you know? Like, they're not pure casters. They don't need that stuff. Well, I mean, they do need some int, but they don't need much. 4 strength, 4 stamina, leather belt. And that's okay, you know? You get 4 strength, which is good for a leather wearer. Stamina is good for everybody. Hybrid tank only need partial stat gain on wisdom int. Yeah. I agree. Like, I don't know. Stuff like that just kind of, it just feels lackluster. You know, you have like this rare chess piece that's just got 40 AC, 4 strength. And I know that they're trying to be careful with how they itemize things. They don't want players being too powerful, right? Because if you give them too many stats at low level, then you got to exponentially make that higher. So we do have to be careful with that. So I don't want them to go crazy with the stats, but make the stats fun. Also, another thing that I've been seeing or not seeing is like your resistances. You know, they change resistances from alpha going into beta. They are no longer capped at 100. Now they go up to something else, which is probably like 200 or 250 or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, you've done that. So, but we're not seeing any resistances on gear. You know? Like, can we get some resist? But maybe that's their idea for that, is that they want to do that late game. You know, like you get that stuff when you're high level, and that's for going into doing raids or something. Nick was kind of talking about that recently. You know, it's kind of funny. If you listen to the devs sometimes, you can kind of tell what they're working on. Based on like what Nick was talking about. He was like, the gearing in a certain section of World of Warcraft that he played way back when. And he was like, yeah, this is where you go and you geared up your main tank for nature resist. You would have to go and do that raid. So the gear wasn't the best gear, but it was required to do the next raid because it had the nature resist for your main tank. And I feel like literally that's what they're currently working on. Like it's almost like it's in the back of Nick's mind. So because it's in the back of his mind, he's thinking about it, and that just makes him talk about it. We all do that, you know. We all have things like that where we are thinking about something and then we just bring it up randomly in conversation. So I'm wondering if that's what their plan is. You know, a lot of the things that the devs are doing, are probably, you know, working on this right here is not because we need this fix, but it's because we need this thing over here. But then we're doing something else over here because we need something else over here. And it's like just this domino effect of things that are happening in the background that make zero sense to us because we don't have the full picture. So I think that's happening quite a bit. And hopefully everything just kind of comes together eventually. But, you know, you never know. Working on your mighting to 150. Yeah, we're doing that for right now while I'm waiting for Gift to get on, so I have a healer, because I can't solo to save my life, which is kind of a bad thing. Like, I hate that I can't solo. It bothers me so much because so many classes in this game right now can solo well and are soloing, and then it makes it difficult to find groups. So that's a whole other topic, though. Especially once they open new zones, the game is going to be packed with so much stuff. Yeah. Exactly. So the itemization might just be like, hey, we don't want to give too many items now. We're giving you the basics, and we're giving you some really good items to go after. There's some really good items out there. There are some out there, I promise. But, you know, like, it still feels kind of bad sometimes. You know, still feels kind of bad. Like early on, I think there should be rare items with proc on casters. Melee should get. Yeah, like we were talking about that kind of yesterday. Tank classes are going to need to have some sort of threat type proccing weapons. You know, weapons that just give them extra threat. They're going to need those items because of the way that threat works in this game. Tanks are supposed to be lower DPS than DPS classes. But if they rely on their DPS to maintain threat and they're doing less damage, well, that's going to be a problem, you know? So we got to have something in place to give them more threat. So did address that in alpha. They weren't valuing resistance on gear, so they pared those down to ideally add a new set of higher resistance, lower stat stuff. Yeah, so maybe they're doing that. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that they could be doing. With all the nerfs to Charm, which I agree is needed, is Beastmaster now the best soloer? I don't think it's the best soloer necessarily, but I think it's going to be really strong soon. They have been adding some things to Beastmaster that, frankly, I disagree with. I don't know if they're going to end up adding all these things, but they're looking at putting double attack back on the Beastmaster, which might put the Beastmaster, you know, up there in the top 3 DPS spot. Like right now, Beastmaster is already pretty good. They gave it greater regeneration, which was kind of a weird thing. I don't know. Like I said, all this stuff is going to have to come together, and we're going to have to see like why some of these things are happening. Maybe they have an idea. Maybe they're like, hey, these are the things we're doing with the rogue, and it's going to put the rogue way up here. But it's going to take longer to get the rogue stuff finished. However, meanwhile, we can put things into the Beastmaster and bring the Beastmaster up where we want it to be, knowing that the rogue is going to be up here. You know, and that's a whole thing that we just don't see and we can't see. And it makes us like scrutinize the devs and be like, what in the world are you doing? You know? I was talking to my friends about it last night, and with the whole nerfing of charm, right? And the changes to charm and all that. I like some of the changes for certain reasons. I don't like some of the changes for certain reasons. You know, we've gone over that many, many times. But, you know, maybe at this point, it would just be better to bring up the DPS of the DPS classes and leave charm where it's at. Because clearly, they want to leave charm where it's at. They don't seem to want to... like... They don't seem to want to reduce the damage of charmed mobs. And if they don't reduce the damage of charmed mobs, it will never solve the problem that is currently happening. So the other option is increase the DPS of other DPS classes. So increase your damage of your rogues and increase the damage of your wizards to compensate for the difference. Maybe that's the route that they need to take. I don't know. Because clearly they don't want to nerf the damage of charmed mobs, right? And I think a lot of people don't want them to nerf the damage of charmed mobs. But that is the problem. The problem isn't what they are saying, in my opinion. The problem is not what they are saying it is, which is the controlling of a charm mob and keeping it charmed. That's not the issue at all. You know, these nerfs that people are seeing are really not nerfs. They're just itemization. It's literally what they did yesterday, by the way. So people tested it yesterday. They looked into it. All they did with charm was make it where you now need charisma. Once you have enough charisma, it works the exact same way as it did previously. And we still have our problem of charmed enemies are just better. What it did is require those players to have to itemize, which is a good thing, right? That's the good part of it. So now you can't just level up wearing the worst possible gear in the game and go all the way from 1 to 60 and charm mobs all the way there. Like, you do have to actually gear up. So that's a positive thing. The problem with that is a lot of people are just now getting jewelry. They're just like, okay, well, I'm just going to get platinum jewelry with +7 charm on it, 5 slots. That's plus 35 charisma right there. So you get 35 charisma from jewelry plus your 20 starting charisma, you know, whatever, depending on your class or whatever, we'll just say 20. So that's 55 charisma. 55 charisma seems to be about all you need. Maybe 60, 65 charisma at the higher levels. And you're charming mobs the exact same way as you were 2 days ago. No difference. So, fighter damage any good? Yeah, fighter damage is pretty good. It's good for a tank. Pet classes should be able to solo. Tank should be able to solo at a low pace. Yeah, well, everybody technically can solo. Like, technically. This was before they added that Shallow Shoals dungeon and tons of items and gear was okay. Yeah, well, which Shallow Shoals dungeon are you talking about? I was on closed friends and family server, got to 57 druid, and I stopped because the grind was a little hard. I had 18 days played. I mean, on the friends and family on the alpha, I had like 30 days played before I actually hit level 60. You know, we took it slow. We just, you know, had fun with the game, learned a lot, tried to do a lot. So it just depends on how you do it. How much Nomad's Grace do you have so far? I don't know. 10 right here on me. And I've got some in the bank. Ranger can solo very well. Their root snare combo and the ability to weave melee range is crazy. Yeah, it's good. Beast is solid right now. Anything they add will make it better. Exactly, Hyper Taco. Yeah, Beastmaster's solid. It's a solid class right now. You know, it might need a little bit here or there. But yeah, if he's talking about adding dual wield back into it, or not dual wield, double attack back into it, that's gonna put it over the top. How's the Ranger looking solo? Ranger's good solo. Yeah, it can solo. It can solo well. I couldn't solo nearly as well on my mid-30s Beastmaster after the AC changes to mobs. You talking about the AC changes yesterday to mobs? My pet was hitting like a wet noodle. Yeah. You know, I like the AC changes. Slowing down the TTK, that's a good thing. I didn't get to test it as much as I wanted to yesterday, though. You're running a small circle for mining herbalism. I asked because I used to follow the coast. Yeah, I just run in this little circle. You know, I just know where the nodes are. So I'm running in a little circle over here. Yeah, there's an issue with Night Harbor. You can't zone into Night Harbor. They know of the issue, so they're just working on it. Ten doses Spirit of the Wolf needs 14 plants, 7 powders per combine. Well, it did. I don't know if they changed that or not. Did they change the recipe for it? Because at one point it did need that, yes. But now I have no idea what it needs. Because they removed it and changed it or something. Does anyone know if they fixed the death item bug when you die? I don't know if they fixed that one or not. I know they had a patch yesterday, like a quick patch to fix something. Working on balance and such. I know actively working on stability. Night Harbor seems near unplayable at 175 players. Yeah, I was gonna say like 200, between 200 and 300, it becomes unplayable. But yeah. Yeah, anywhere after a couple hundred people in Night Harbor, it's just like it tanks just straight into the garbage, which is very bad. Because at one point they had fixed that or made it okay. But yeah. Yeah, at one point, you know, you could have 500 people in Night Harbor and it ran okay, and then something changed and it kind of just went back into the trash. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a tough situation right now that they're in for sure. You know, we need faster changes, faster fixes. But they're still a volunteer team until they start getting paid. So people can't really just be like, oh, this is my full-time job. Let me jump on and do that right now, because they have a full-time job that they have to do right now, you know? It's a very tough place that they're in. Because, you know, right now I think they need to be showing what they can do, how they can fix these things in a timely manner. But yeah, so I don't know. Do you think Night Harbor should be 2 zones? That's a tough one. I like having Night Harbor as one big zone. It's really nice because you can be in the Pale Tower XPing on mobs, but then also still be part of the auctions, you know, that are happening at the West Bank. So I think it's a really cool aspect. But you know, splitting it into 2 zones might be a better idea. I just think there's a lot going on in Night Harbor. There's just a lot happening. There's players in there doing lots of trades, lots of buying and selling from vendors. Then you also have NPCs that, you know, people are attacking and fighting mobs. And then you have NPCs that are fighting each other. There's just so much that's happening inside of Night Harbor all at the same time that you don't get in other places. So I don't know. Maybe they probably should do something. Probably should do something about that. One melee hit will stop 90% of my casts with max channeling. That's another problem. Yeah, I've been saying that's a problem for a while as well. That's what makes the tanks, makes me not want to play the caster tanks. Like literally, people have asked me, you know, hey, why do you choose fighter? Why not Shadow Knight, or why not Paladin or Inquisitor or whatever? The biggest reason is because while tanking, you literally can't use any of their abilities. Like you could use like the 1 second, 1.5 second cast. You could probably get those off. But anything longer than that, you can't use. That's what I think is wrong with the Paladin specifically. Paladin, I think, is in a really good place with, you know, lots of heals, with its mark of the Crusader, with its auras, lay on hands, their ancient guardian. You know, it's got some really cool features to it. But the problem is if you're fighting an enemy and you try to go heal yourself, the heal takes so long to cast that you're going to take damage and it's not going to go off. I think that they need to have faster, higher mana cost, less mana efficient heals for the Paladin that are faster cast time. Don't give them the same heals that the actual healer classes have. Just give them separate heals. Give them their own heal line that's you know, a little bit less health but faster cast time for the same mana cost. I think that would be ideal. You know, to allow them to be able to actually cast their heals in combat. But maybe they don't want that. Maybe they're that's, you know, too strong for them or something. I don't know. Tons of systems as well. Housing, yeah, housing probably adds to the lag. That's true. And then just wait until we have, you know, furniture, that we can place our own furniture. That's going to have to be loaded in every single time you go into the zone, because it's not it's not baked into the game. It's not always in the same place. People can move that furniture around at any time, so they have to account for that. And when you zone into Night Harbor, you're going to have to account for being able to move things within your house. Going to cause more lag. There's a decent amount of content for sure. Lots to do at 60, but stability goes a long way towards building a lasting community. Yeah, there's a lot of content. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of content. I'm not finding anything right now running around the circle. Maybe a separate zone that favors auctions. Yeah, like an EC tunnel. That could be an option. Yeah, I don't know. But then I don't know that people would sit in that zone, you know? Like, I think part of the thing that makes Night Harbor so nice is that you have things that you can do while you are auctioning off your gear. You know, if you're trying to just sell stuff and you're just sitting in the auction house, people aren't going to go in there unless they're actively buying or selling. Outside of that, they're just never going to go into that zone. But it's kind of nice being out in the zone and just seeing an item, somebody auction it, and you click on it while you're doing something else. Be like, ooh, I didn't even know that existed. I could use that. You know, so I like that idea, but it does cause a lot of lag. Night Harbor's working now? Nice. I need to go to town then. Need to go to town and try to do something with all my stuff. Let's go. Servers will be shutting down in 10 minutes. Oh boy. Oh boy. What's my blacksmithing at? I don't know. Pretty high. Blacksmithing is at 230. It's too easy to level. It's very easy to level. But my smelting, is it smelting its own thing? I think smelting is its own skill. Yeah, smelting is only 6. So I was going to try to level that up a little bit. Well, I'm going to chance it. We're going to run over here to Night Harbor. I'm a little nervous because Night Harbor might crash on the zone back in. What do you focus on? Getting points blue and white or something else? For what? For getting points, blues, and whites. You get past the blues and like what do you focus on to get past blues and white for? Yeah, I don't know. For blacksmithing, like how do you level it? Like all I did to level it was use sharpening stones, which needs to be fixed. Definitely needs to be fixed. Initial discussion whether or not June EA is still a good plan. Yeah, I don't know, Baron. I mean, I think the June EA is a very good plan, but a lot of the things that we've been talking about or we're talking about in alpha are still issues, right? There's still problems. Wondering why you were throwing out the jagged stones in the short for faster smithing? Yeah, I'm just throwing them out because I've already got 230 in smithing. Seems they're fixing to have some problems game had. No coders for workaround and just relying on Unity automated code for an MMO. Yeah, it's going to be tough, Pacer. It's going to be tough. Are there any disaster recovery if you can get your corpse, like people needing to log out? If you can't get your corpse, I mean, yeah, you can petition, and they might help you depending on you know, the reasoning that you lost your corpse. If you just happen to die to something, then no, they're not going to help you out. But if you if there's a bug that caused you to die and lose your corpse, then yeah, they'll help you out with that. Can you train all professions? Yes. Yeah, you can have as many as you want. Level them all up. No way to summon your corpse? No, necromancers can summon corpse. Cost 10 gold. But they can summon your corpse. What is this? Is this a tin node? Looks like a tin node. Cross zone, same zone. Same zone. They have to be in the zone to summon your corpse. Both you, the necromancer, you, and the corpse all have to be in the same zone. Because they have to target you to summon your corpse. Jagged Sharpening Stone doesn't give skill ups past 80. I thought I remember going way higher. I don't know. They had it changed in the alpha. Yeah, in the alpha. So no, jagged ones shouldn't go that high, but 80 is actually very high. In the alpha, at one point, you could only go Sharpening Stones up to like 150. Now you can do Sharpening Stones all the way up to 230, which is what I'm at. Which needs to be changed. Because it's way too easy to level blacksmithing. Like, pretty much anybody that wants to be a blacksmith can get to 230 in a matter of a few minutes. I mean, I think it cost me maybe 10 gold just buying the stuff right off of the vendor, literally right next to... like, people just sell their jagged and their rocks, whatever these things are, these jagged stones. They just sell them to the vendor right next to the blacksmith. So you just buy them right off of there. And then level it up. It's super cheap. I believe if you're searching for silver, reach silver vein, chance for higher fallen pass to reach 150. I mean, there's... I don't know if it's a higher chance or not. It might be a higher chance over there, but... But yeah, you can find them in anywhere that has a tin node can have a silver node. As far as chance is concerned, I have no clue. Ah! Somebody finally gave me Sal right as I zoned. Unless it's changed a lot since the last playtest. Silver nodes are about 1 in 8. Yeah, they're not very common. They're definitely not very common. But then you have to get rich silver nodes, I think, for like the last 5 skill ups. It's a pain in the butt to skill up mining. A real pain in the tuchus. Whatever. It's fine. Is there a smithing anvil over here? There probably is. We'll go all the way to the West Bank, though. Hey, what's going on, Loaf King? How you doing, bud? You sound like time for more coffee. Do I? Am I not sounding awake? Yeah, I'm a little tired. Like, I'm a little tired or sleepy, but I'm also exhausted with, you know, just some things in the game that are just, like, eating at my soul. Especially now with the delay in node spawns. It was actually pretty trivial before. Anvil just down from the alchemy vendor. Okay, yeah, I know where that's at. Well, we'll just go over here to the West Bank one, since I know where it is now. I'll look for that other one later. Is there a blacksmith vendor right there next to it? I'm guessing there is. I'm just going to try to level up my smelting using the tin that I have. $60 seconds. No. We'll see how close we get. Get as close as I can. I wonder how long the servers are going down for. So what do we need for these? Copper, tin bars. We need crude ingot mold. So, yeah, we'll have to buy those when we get back in. What's your favorite MMO, not including Monsters and Memories? My favorite of all time would have been EverQuest. Although I played a bunch of them. Login servers going down, yeah. As a shaman, should I soulbind to a farming location and cantrip my invisibility spell, avoiding corpse runs? As a shaman, I would cantrip Speed of the Wild. My very first cantrip would be Speed of the Wild. Well, I guess technically, when do you get Speed of the Wild? Level 8? So you'll have 2 cantrips at that point. You played EQ1 in college, started when Lucklin released? Yeah, I started EverQuest 1 in March of 1999. You were playing some Counter-Strike back then? Yeah, Counter-Strike was that was a big game back then. For sure. All right, let's see. Let's open up this. Let's go to this. Let's go to Game announcements. Night Harbor should be accessible again on beta. Yeah. Night Harbor is accessible, and then now we're taking the servers down. Play a Bard? I don't play a Bard. I was going to start a Bard because of how broken they were. We had a couple plans for beta. One plan was what we're doing, which is I'm just going to play a tank, and we're just going to make our group, and we're just going to play the game normally. My second plan, or another plan that we had, was going to be we're all going to play charm classes just to show how broken charm is. And I was going to play a bard. My buddy of mine was going to play an enchanter. We're going to have a druid. We're going to have a necromancer. Just a bunch of charm classes, and then just charm our way all the way up to 60. That was another option that we were going to do. But then we're like, you know what? Charm classes are going to be, people are already going to be playing those. They're going to show how broken it is. So, you know, like we don't really need to do that. So that's kind of what we did. So they just basically restarted the servers. Yeah, it was just a restart, it seems like. So yeah, then our goal was like, okay, well, let's actually play like a normal group. What did I need here? I forgot what it was called. Which one was it? 10 bar. We needed the crude ingot mold. Crude ingot mold. So buy that. And we'll do that. Anyone here did the next part of the laundry quest? You don't know where to get silk scraps? Silk scraps. I don't even know if those are in the game anymore. That would be like level 60. I think silk is the level 60 stuff. If you thought the game was down, it's back up. It's just a restart, yeah. Yeah, this is still closed beta, Spiritus. Look at this. I had 20, what was it? 26 bars, right? 26 bars. Or I made 20, no, I made 40 something bars. And then now we're going to go break these down. Keep skilling up with these. Like this is it's so easy to level it. Oh, it's already green. Look at that. All right, well, now we can just sell off. Sell that. Sell that. I mean, I've got 10 bars. Whatever. I don't know what I'm going to do with 10 bars. So we can get rid of them for now. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do that. Break down all of these things. Crude silk scraps. I think that's level 60. It used to be level 45 or something, but now it's level 60. 10 bars combined with copper bars to make your bronze for your next tier of leveling smelting. I'll just get silver. I'm just going to skip that tier. I'll do silver or gold or something. It's so much easier. Because to make... Yeah, to make the next tier, like, it's just a pain in the butt. So I'm not dealing with all that. I'll use silver, I'll use gold. Like, I could use silver now. I have a few silver bars. Actually, I could do that since I already have them on me. Like, people don't... I don't know, guys. Like, people try to level up based on what's in their actual thing, right? Like, what's shown that they can make. You can put in the ingredients and make the next tier on pretty much everything. And that's, in my opinion, the better way to level it up. Like, you don't have to make what is available to you. Now, they could do that. They could limit it. And make it to where you can only use, or you can only level up based on that, but I don't know. I think that's kind of silly. So silver bars, we need sturdy molds. I have 8. So we can do sturdy mold. 8. That's how people level smithing, by using sharpening stones? Yeah, smithing is easy by sharpening stones. Yeah, that's by far the easiest way to do it. Hey, what's going on, Vor? How you doing, bud? And then, yeah, I'll just do gold bars probably later. It's just easier to get that. Oops. Yoink. I think that's odd of getting skill ups is lower for crafts that are way higher. I only have anecdotal evidence, however. I don't think that's true. It may be true. Maybe. But, I mean, you can get skill ups from stuff that's higher, and it's sometimes cheaper to do that. Alright, bone ash, bone ash. We don't have any more limestone. Whispering sage powder. Lion leaf. Whoops. Nomads powder. Alright, what else do we need to put in here? Magic frond. Destroy. Oh, we'll hold on to the whispering sage for now. People are like, oh my god, why would you destroy those? Why do I have so many? Why do I have so many of these? I only bought... Oh, you know what I did? I bet you I bought like 100 of those. Whoops. Whatever. Now I'm trying to farm magic dust to get higher skill ups. Yeah. Why would I destroy the frond? Because I don't need them. I'll show you why I don't need the magic frond. All of these are arcane dust. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 20, 40, 60, 80. So, yeah. 191 of the arcane, which is the tier 3 dust. Actually, no, there's another 20 right there. And I gave a friend of mine 500 arcane dust. It's ridiculously easy to get. How did you get so much dust? I've got a video on YouTube. It's only a minute long. I share my secrets. Don't worry. A lot of people don't like that I share my secrets, by the way. Dust video? Yeah. It's not like that. You gotta, it's called like, I don't know. Gear XP Dust Farm or something. So it's a minute long. You just got to you have to get to level 40. Around level 40 in a group to go do it. But it's insanely easy. Like my disenchanting is at 45, which is capped out for what it was doing over there. Yeah. And you can just get tons of dust. It's silly. I'm glad you do. Seems a lot of closed alpha. They are keeping a lot of things secret. Yeah. Anything that I'm doing in beta, I will show you. I'll tell you. I'll share it. If I do it in beta. Things that I did in alpha, I'm not necessarily telling people. So, you know, I learned a lot in alpha. There's still a lot of tips and tricks that are out there, but we're not supposed to be talking about some of that stuff, and you know, it's a whole thing. But I'll share it with you guys if I can. All right, we're gonna put the bone ash in here for now, along with limestone. Okay, we can put the lantern over here. Nomad's Grace. And let's go get some food, and we're going to be good to go for some XPing, I guess. I saw you farming in Shallow Shoals, getting tons of stuff. Is that where you... Yes, that is exactly where it was. Yeah. I got about 500 dust that day. Another friend of mine got about 500 dust that day. Like, it's just ridiculous how easy it is to get that. Like, it needs to be nerfed. I'm making everyone aware of it so that they nerf it, because it's too good. Let's see. Ogre, Shadow Knight, Dwarf Paladin, or Goblin Druid. Can't decide. Ooh. That's tough. That's tough. It depends on what you want to do. Do you want to be a tank? Then that throws Druid out the picture. You want to be able to solo? That I would throw Paladin out of the picture for if you want to be able to solo. Not that it can't solo, it's just a pain in the butt. Okay. I'm running over that way now. I just finished in the banking and all that. Yeah. Need to buy a donkey so we can just throw everything in the donkey and bring it back to town. Actually, I don't have the saddle bag for it. I'll get a donkey soon. I'm just gonna make a saddle bag. But I also don't know if I want to deal with having a donkey. Yeah, they can die, then you gotta deal with all that. I don't know. It may be just too much of a pain in the butt. Dwarf Pally for the least common of the lot. Yeah, it is the least common, for sure. So in terms of being decent at soloing, is Druid or Shadow Knight? Best soloer would be Druid, then Shadow Knight, then Paladin, in that order for soloing. For tanking, I would say it would be Shadow Knight, then Paladin, and Druid can't tank at all. So yeah, it depends on what you want to do. Can you cast Sow on a donkey? You can, yes. Most AFK friendly class, Wizard or Cleric? I would say Cleric, because the Wizard, they're making changes to the Wizard. I don't know what they're going to do with the Wizard right now, but they just recently added in the staff. So you have a staff to do damage with the Wizard, so they actually do stuff in combat. Outside of just stand up nuke, sit back down. They actually do other things now. Druid are purely healers in groups. They don't have to be, but yes, they are healers. But they absolutely do not have to be healers. But their primary role is a healer. Yeah. If you join a group, expect to heal. But if there's another healer already in the group, then you can dot, you can add buffs, you could charm a pet. There's a lot of things that a druid could do. Not a big fan of pets, but Shadow Knights do look to have better than Paladins. Shadow Knights are going to have more damage than a Paladin. They're going to be able to tank better because they're going to have more DPS than a Paladin. So, like, they're going to be able to hold aggro better because of that more damage. They also have high sustain because of their life tap dots and their aura. The Paladin can also do that, but they're going to kill a lot slower, and they're going to have to heal themselves back up. Yeah, SKs are good. They're very, very strong right now. Very, very good class. I don't necessarily think they need much more. I hope they get rid of the pets. Like, I don't think that the SK needs the pet. I think it's silly. But, Have you seen Mithril Veins? Can't find them anymore. They're gone. Mithril Veins are gone. I think what they're going to do with the Mithril is they're going to put those on the expeditions. So level 60 content can drop Mithril weapons. Literally level 60 or higher monsters can drop Mithril weapons. But Mithril Veins, to my knowledge, are completely gone. Is this a silver node or is this a tin node? This looks like a tin node to me. Right? Isn't this tin? Yeah, it's tin. I don't want more tin nodes. Unless it's rich tin. The tin and silver nodes are very similar in color. I think that's also a tin node. Yep. Paladins seem really good for small group tank. Yeah, paladins are good. Like there's nothing. That's the weird thing. Like paladins aren't bad, but like everything else in this game, other classes overshadow them, right? So like a Shadow Knight and a fighter overshadow the paladin, making the paladin look bad in comparison, but they are not themselves a bad class. Kind of like Charm overshadows the DPS classes. It just makes it to where why would you have a rogue or a wizard in your party if you can have a Charm class that's charming mobs? Just completely overshadows them. So that could be an issue with. It could be an issue with the fighter and the Shadow Knight, and bringing them down so that the paladin looks better in comparison. Or you could bring the Shadow Knight up to make it better in a group, right? So you have two different ways you could go with it. I totally understand the nobody wants to be nerfed. But I also, understand that we can't buff everything. Oh my goodness. Silly zombies. Zombie. What the heck? Oh, my headset, my VR headset just decided to link up. Try to link up. Is there content where I want a paladin over a Shadow Knight? There's some stuff, sure. Like paladins are good for certain things. They're good for certain things. This is also a tin node. Yes. This is also a rich silver vein. All right, we're definitely going to get this bad boy. Hopefully we get it before these zombies come and attack me again. Go away, zombies. Got it. I got me a couple of skill ups. I like it. I like it. I love it. I want some more skill ups. Love my Paladin Wormsbane. Was able to IVU and use LOL to pull some. Yeah. I don't like the changes that they did to LOL. If they did any changes to it, I'm not sure that they actually... that charisma actually affects LOL. It might. They said that it does, but I don't know that it actually does. Do you know if War and Haste items stack to a certain maximum, or is it just your best? It's just your best counts. So you could have 5 different War and Haste items, whichever one is your highest is your only one that you need to wear. If you don't have anyone else who can split mobs like Monk, their pacify helps a ton. It does, yeah, but there's a lot of people that can pacify. Druids can pacify. Clerics can pacify. So 2 of your healers. Generally, you have a healer in your party, so 2 of your healers can pacify. Rangers can pacify. Necromancers can pacify undead if you're fighting those. Enchanters can pacify. Bards can pacify. So, like, there's a lot of classes that can do that. So having a paladin in your party specifically to pacify mobs is kind of like, I mean, it's a cool ability for them to have, sure, if you have, like, you know, like a duo or a trio or something, but it's just not really, you know, necessary. Any consensus on what a good solo class? There's a bunch of good solo classes. Several of them. I just hope I get a beta invite before it's too late so I can check things out for myself instead of sitting here asking silly questions. Probably answered 100 times. That's the thing. I don't mind answering the questions 100 times. You know, I want you guys to be able to check it out and play it for yourself. I totally understand that, and I know that there's a lot of FOMO going on. I have really bad FOMO. I get it. But that's kind of why I'm doing what I'm doing. I try to share with you as much information as I possibly can. I try to make sure that you know what I know. Because, you know, being in the game, being able to play it's an unfair advantage, some people would say. And I totally get that. Totally get it. You like healing paladins as your shaman? Yeah. Consume, heal back. Yeah. Consume right now is very good. Very, very good. Is it similar to old EQ? Bard, Druid, Mage? Yeah, it's similar to old EQ. If an old EQ class could solo, they could probably solo in Monsters of Memories. Don't miss the playtest on the 27th. Yeah, 27th through 29th. I probably will not be streaming that weekend at all. For one, I'll be driving back to South Carolina, where I live. And 2, I'm going to try to hang out with my son. I might stream the new Pokemon game with my son that weekend. But we're going to probably just play a lot of Pokemon and hang out because I haven't seen my son in a couple weeks since I've been down in Florida. Is Cridley your Necro alt? No. No. It is not. If you see anything that is associated with Criddle, anything close to that, it is not me, most likely. I should probably make a bunch of variations of my name so that people don't get it confused. But I also don't want to lock down a bunch of names, you know? It's like, it's not very fair of me. But somebody did steal my name for the start of beta. They definitely did make a Criddle. Because people are like that. I'm almost there, sir. Yeah, he's been leveling pretty quickly doing that. Yeah, like, I mean, that a tank can solo that well to level that fast is ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. They were charm killing yesterday, though. Yeah. That's where we're going to have a big advantage, you know? Yeah, but you can still level that way. Like, it's not that bad. Oh, crap. I forgot to get wood. Do you have any wood? Ah, crap. I can go grab some real quick. I'll just run back. We're not really in a hurry right now. Anybody have any wood they want to sell me? Good morning, Asterion. How are you? I'll buy some wood from somebody. Wood. I need wood. I totally meant to get some while I was in town. Totally forgot the wood. When you're out in the middle of a desert, wood's hard to find. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I'm a ninja dwarf. Oh, man. I can't believe I ran all the way over there without wood. I would do that. Such a long run across the zone. So far. We're going to get over here, though. Like, I'm going to show you guys where a good place is. Well, I don't know if I'm going to run that far. We'll see. I might. There's a couple good places, though, to get a lot of wood very quickly and easily. I don't like that. Like some places you can get wood very easily, and then other places like this right here, there's just not very many trees that have wood on them for some weird reason. Like, why? Like, wouldn't you think that there would be more wood like in this area right here? Hey. Here, have, whoop, no, not that. There you go. Thank you, Carmack. Appreciate it. That'll be enough wood. I'll get this right here, then I'm going to turn around and go right back. What was that? 60 wood? Something like that? That'll do. That'll do. That saves me so much time. So I guess I'm not going to show you guys where to get wood, but a little bit farther back along the coast you can get wood. You can get lots of wood over there. Back and forth and back and forth. So why do you think that there's these crystals out here? Anybody have any lore? A lore dump? We got these black crystals over here and these white crystals over here. Anybody have an idea of what's going on with those? There's also like a castle thing right back here. You see that? I'm going to call it the Pineapple Castle. Looks like a pineapple. That's where they make pineapple pizza. You put pineapple on your pizza? Can you solo one of those bugs? These bugs? If you go back far enough. Not gonna lie, I love Hawaiian pizza. I do too. I like pineapple on pizza. Pineapple ham, delicious. I also like barbecue pizza. Instead of using a pizza sauce, put barbecue sauce on it with some chicken and red onions. Delicious. Actually, it's not even a deli. It's like A-tier-licious. It is very, very, very good. You love some barbecue pizza? Yeah, it's so good. Ugh. I'm going to grab a drink real quick while we're auto running here. Give me 1 second. Wheel around in my chair. Just wheel around. Cajun spiced chicken pizza? I don't think I've had that. I have to try it. I like Cajun food, so Cajun spiced chicken is good. I just don't know if I've ever had it on pizza. My loves with cheesy sauce, but my stomach can't handle it. I love cheese, yeah, but I am lactose intolerant, so I gotta deal with that every single time I eat pizza. Pizza, pizza. Pizza, pizza. What's the current max level? 60. But getting from 1 to 50 is like a halfway point, and then 50 to 60 takes a long time. They already have mounts. But mounts are not used to run faster. Mounts are there just to... Oh, you good? Mounts are just there to... No, I think Brew did, so we'll just use it. Unless you want to move somewhere else. It doesn't matter to me. I did get wood, though. Somebody gave me about 60 wood. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and buff me up, and I'll start pulling over here. Pack animals, yeah, they're pack animals, but you can ride them. So yeah. Do you level any professions? I have, yeah. I've got several professions leveled up. Blacksmithing's leveled up. Tailoring, leatherworking. I'll probably work on alchemy a little bit eventually. I've got it up to 51 so far. You know, I'll level up a few of them. Level up a few. I'm gonna pull 2. Oh crap, that's gonna be 3 now because 1 just spawned on me. Jesus. Yep, no problem. Cart teleports. There's gonna be carts like wagons and stuff that they are gonna do that eventually. Yeah. Any way to get around faster. There are teleports, so you can teleport with a wizard or a druid. And then Speed of the Wild is a spell that allows you to run faster. Anyone know if there's a level 60 on beta yet? There's not. Not yet. The highest is probably like 55, 56, something around there so far. There were a few people that used Charm to get very high very quickly, and then Charm does fall off at the higher levels. And it's not super useful at higher levels. So they get there really fast, and they're like, okay, now what do? I have to wait for other people to catch up to me. So that's fine. If he wants to. Who has Speed of the Wild? Druids have teleports. Yeah, druids have teleports. They can teleport to Sungreet Strands and Evershade Weld. And then wizards can teleport to Shaded Dunes, Glass Flats, and currently Evershade Weld. However, they're probably going to remove their Evershade Weld port. And I think Veil of Zentar port. I think they have Veil of Zentar as well. Good morning, I don't give a damn. How are you? Are they keeping professions unlimited? Yes. Yeah. You're going to be able to have all the professions. Druids get a speed buff and teleports. Might just have gone away from Shadow Knight as my main. Yeah, I mean, Druids have a lot. Druids are very, very versatile. My rewards? What? Oh, I got a free chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A. Thanks, Chick-fil-A. I'm well. I heard that chat. Some folks think that perhaps a June 1st timeline EA is a bit realistic. Apologies if visited topic. I mean, they are pushing for June 1st still, as far as I know. From according to Sean and Nick, they said that they'll just push back. They'll push back the date if they need to, but they're trying to not do that, and they will pull back on their scope if they have to make sure they hit that June 1st release. I mean, there's two ways you can look at it. I'm waiting to see if these the skeleton splits off or not. There's two ways you can look at it. If they pull back the June 1st release date, they're not going to be hiring people. And if they don't hire people, then it's going to take longer to get the work done, right? So they kind of need to hire people so they can get the work done so they can actually get the game out. So it's kind of a twofold issue. I personally think they're going to try to push it out on June 1st. But you know, a lot of the issues, when we talked about it earlier, a lot of the issues that people are seeing now in the beta and more people are seeing are issues that were all in the alpha, and we've been trying to tell them, hey, these are problems. This is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. And you know, these are all not new problems. They've been dealing with these for a while. You know, getting people on a payroll to actually be able to pay them, to be able to get these issues fixed will be helpful. But then at the same time, you're paying for the product. And if you're paying for the product, then, you know, you can complain more, I guess. So, kind of goes a couple different ways. They should go the Ashes direction and get MLM funding. Yeah, I don't know about all that. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I think they need to push the game out. I do. Like, I think they need to get it out for June 1st if they can. Oh my gosh. And then, you know, if they get it out on June 1st, hire these people on, then they can say, okay, now you're a paid employee. We need to get this done, this done, this done, this done. And the people will be spending 8 hours a day as an actual job getting a lot of this stuff done. So that's my take on it. That's what I think they need to do, but we'll see. You're paying for early access product, which is clearly a product in development. Yeah, but talk to Sean about that, Todd, and talk to the general consensus of the community about that. When you're paying for a product, even though it's in development, you're paying for a product that is a release product in a lot of people's minds. And you have grounds to complain about said product because you have given them your money. Sean has very much said many times, up to this point, they have not taken money. But once they start taking money, he expects people to be more, you know, to be like, hey, you know, we're giving you money. You got to fix it. So... yeah, but yeah, like what you're saying is, yeah, we're paying to test your game. Yeah, That's the thing, is like people don't want to pay to test another game. They did that with Pantheon. They've done that with Ashes of Creation. People are tired of paying to test a game, and you know we can't have another MMO where we're paying to test their game like that. It could be disastrous for them. So we'll just have to see what happens. I mean, it's all right. That's fine. I think Sean said 1.0 is still a year for me. Yeah, 1.0 is at least a year away, maybe longer. What level are these mobs? You fight mostly blues in your 40s? I mean, it depends on what you're doing. It depends on your group setup. It depends on a lot of things. You can fight things that are higher level, and it is better to fight things that are like yellow con to you. But yeah, as you get higher level, you start to fight blues because the monsters start to get very difficult. And as you get closer to 60, there's fewer and fewer and fewer things that you can fight that are higher level than you. So eventually you do get to that point. But no, like I would say in your 40s, like early 40s, you still can fight things that are yellow con pretty easily. Do you believe people are leveling too quickly? Yes. People are absolutely leveling too quickly for various reasons. I know you mentioned no wipes. Yeah, there's no wipes after early access starts. I don't know how you differentiate a game, finished game, once you start paying for it. Yeah, you're not going to go back in time and make the same character once you paid for it. Yeah, I mean, some people do. I mean, people pay for a game like in Diablo, and they remake characters every few months, right? They remake them all the time. So, you know, some people like that. Some people love the leveling process. Do you think they need more 50 plus content? No, there's a lot of 50 plus content. There's tons of it. How is Druid performing overall in the game? Druids are great. Yeah, they're in a good spot. You mentioned no wipes. Will there be new servers at launch? Yes, there will be new servers at launch. At 1.0. Most likely. I mean, can't guarantee anything. But yes, the plan is that they're going to have early access with so many servers, and then at launch at 1.0, they're going to open up new servers at that point. I'm starting to finally get hydrated from my dehydration of last night. Journey over destination. Yeah, some people feel that way. Some people don't. Ah! I got two again. This stupid thing spawned on me. That's okay. MMO is the best raid of return for pay. It really is, yeah. It is by far the best. $15 a month, and you get tons of entertainment out of that. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate it. More content to come. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, we'll try to hit 50 today. I mean, we should easily be able to hit 50 today, and then we'll just kind of go from there. See what happens. I don't know. We'll like my team is kind of like, do we want to continue? Do you want to try to get to 60? We're kind of all over the place with it right now. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. Be right back. You use a lot of mud commands in the world. A few quests here and there. I mean, you can use a lot of mud commands. I recommend using the /look command almost everywhere. If you see flavor text, then follow up, read it, see if there's something else you can do with it. A lot of times when there is flavor text, there's something special that's in that area. So it just depends. But there's quite a few quests that do that are in the game that are just kind of hidden. It's really hard to figure out quests in this game. And it's really hard to know if the quest is finished or not. Why is this jackal over here? A weird place for that jackal to be. That reminds me, thanks a lot for the measuring stick quest video. Yeah, no worries. I used that yesterday. Great success. Awesome. I'm glad you got through that quest. It's a really good item to have for everybody. That and the Platinum Badge of the Living City. Those are two really, really, really nice items that people should go for. I didn't do the Platinum Badge of the Living City on the beta. But it's worth getting. What level is the badge quest? You can start it with a group around level 15. But it goes from level 15 to like early 20s or so before you'll be able to finish it. But there's a couple quests out there that are worth doing, I feel like. It says haste on it? What the heck? I don't know from what. I'll probably wait till late 20s, see what I can solo then. Yeah, you'll be able to solo most of it in the late 20s, depending on your class. But the problem is it's in the bins in town, like in Night Harbor. So it's kind of hard to do because of that. Because you could get a lot of lag. Yeah, it's pretty big. Good morning. How you doing, Simulacrity? Welcome. How you liking the fighter at that level? I like the fighter. Yeah, I've got a level, or I had a level 60 fighter all the way up to, or in the alpha. So yeah, I like the fighter a lot. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is a roamer, so probably just roamed by. How do you feel about SK being objectively better than Fighter right now? Also, good morning. I mean, Shadow Knight is better because it can solo and, you know, it's got a few things going for it. Overall, though, the reason I'm playing a Fighter is because a Fighter is going to be the better tank at the, like, in-game tank. Because it has the highest damage mitigation, highest physical damage mitigation in the game. So it will be the best tank, like, overall. Because it can mitigate like 5% more. And that will make a difference. It'll make a difference on the high end. But we'll see. I don't know. I might end up switching to Shadow Knight for the early access. I mean, right now, Shadow Knight would be nice because the Shadow Knight can actually solo. Fighter can't. They just can't solo. So Fighter is... Yeah, it's basically like the Warrior, yeah. I'm not sure about that right now, and Vulnerability isn't dropping threat. And SK can shield themselves for 3k on demand. Which Invulnerability you're talking about? Invulnerability does drop threat. They can do the 3k on demand every 10 minutes. So it's not on demand. And they have to have a pet out. Whereas a Fighter has this ability right here. 40% damage reduction for 30 seconds every 5 minutes. So, you know, they're comparable. Like they're both good. But it's, yeah, that 3k first of all is only at level 60 is 3k. Like it scales based on your level. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad by any means, but are they going to allow boxing? There will be boxing on, like, there's going to be box servers and no box servers. So there will be boxing, yes. Racial differences. There are racial differences. Your starting stats are one thing, and then your there's racial traits. Every race has a racial trait. The cleric pain suppression cooldown stacks well with fighter damage reduction. Yes, the pain suppression is stacks well, exactly. So druids get a bear pet? Yeah, they do. And it is useful. It's not just vanity. Yeah, like there's too many pet classes. There's too many classes that have pets in the game. Way too many classes that have pets. I wonder how non-box servers will work with people who live together and want to play together. There's going to be no restriction on that. They're gonna, you know, they're not going to like stop people from playing in the same household and all that. So it's just going to be a case-by-case basis. It's going to be a lot for them to have to deal with, though. Like I honestly don't know how they're going to keep up with all the things that they're wanting to police. I just don't know how they're going to do it. But people in chat are all talking about there's no classes that can't charm. silly, man. It's just silly. There are ideas they're going to be able to police to an extent that matters. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem. Like I more power to them if they are able to police a lot of the stuff that they want to police. Like more power to. I hope that they can. You know, I'm here to help them in any way that I can to make that possible. But the reality is they're going to have to hire a bunch of GMs if they're going to want to do all that. It's definitely going to be difficult. Oh my gosh. Can I go over this little hill right here? I don't think I can run up this. Nope. Alright, well. We're going to have an ad, I think, here. Yeah, we do. Oh my god, there's 3 now. Jesus, dude. They're like... It's driving me nuts. Like, things are respawning on the way back. I don't know why these are getting buffed. Alright, I'll camp out. Yeah, well, we're... Grab the knight. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's probably one of the roamers that goes over to the caster side. I'll put up my sense magic and check. Is there a follow command? There is a follow command, yeah. Can already see the alt account druids, wizards online for 4 seconds to port. Yeah, it's going to happen. Grey Bomb. It's 100% going to happen. They log in their alts. They teleport to a location. They log them out. You know, log in your alt to resurrect your character. Log in an alt for buffs. Like, it's... There's going to be so much of that going on. Problem with trying to make everyone happy, you end up with WoW. You gotta have identity. Yeah. That's true. Very true. Honestly, I don't see any issues with it. Alts, boxing, etc. Well, on the box servers, yeah, there's not an issue. It's the thing is you're gonna have no box servers where you're not supposed to be doing that. So if you're on a no box server, you're supposed to only play one character at a time. I don't have an issue with boxing and stuff. I don't have a problem with it, but they're trying to police that. They're trying to say we don't want to have that on certain servers. Want my healer to be able to solo and tank? Yeah. Good luck with that. Well, I mean, you could play a paladin. That's a healer, solo, and tank. All in one. Yeah. It's just going to be... It's going to be an uphill battle. I don't know what they're going to do with it. I have no idea what they're going to do. Alright, this one doesn't have any buffs this time. Well, this is a Dread Knight. It's the Dread Knights that roam, and they roam all the way on the other side of the camp where their casters are. They kept roaming too close to us, so I wanted to get rid of it. These giants drop good coin? I mean, normal for their level. Nothing special. Why not group with the guys next to you? Because we have 2 tanks and 2 healers. It's not really advantageous to do that. I mean, I don't know why they're not grouping together. I have no idea why, like, they won't grab this guy right here and put him in a group. No clue. And right now, it's better XP to be in a duo. Like, solo and duo XP is just better. Like, they got to fix that. Like, this is exactly what's going to end up happening is you're going to have people that are just sitting there LFG forever because it's better XP to be in a solo or duo. Like, you're literally seeing the problem right now. Like, it's an issue that I've been saying for a while, and people jump down my throat for it. They're like, "Nah, it's not a problem." Blah blah. It is a problem, guys. It's a problem. Don't you just get XP bonus for more people in a group? You do get an XP bonus, but it's not a good enough XP bonus. It's just not good enough. People are prone to caving into others when they complain nonstop. Yeah. You're assuming that's why they're not grouping? Well, they're talking in chat. Like, they're literally talking. No, like, the Bard is going to go over here solo, right? Look, he's going to go solo. It's not advantageous for the group to do it. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to say. Like, ask them, you know? I don't know what to say. Like, you can get on to me about it. You're basically, oh, shoot. And there's a bunch on me now, apparently. Yeah, there's like 4 on me. God dang it. Hang on. You're going to have to root that one and I don't do something. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly what's going on. I'm going to try to run these and try to camp over here somewhere. Because there's like 4 of them that got on me. Group XP not being reminds me of Immortals. Yeah. The problem are you ranking and doing enough DPS at the same time. If the DPS have 2 times you damage, yes. If a yes. There's a lot of factors to it, guys. Like, you guys can get on to me all you want. You need to get onto the devs. I'm not the problem. The way the game is developed is the problem. It's not me. I mean, you can think it's me, you can say it's me all you want, but I promise you that I'm not the problem. I would absolutely much rather put a bunch of people in my party, but not when it's a net loss. Not when it's a net loss to everyone that's currently in the party, right? I don't know what to say. In theory, you'd get the XP bonus for a full group, and you would kill more mobs overall. Yes, that is in theory, yes. The idea is to put more people in your party so that you kill faster, you get the XP bonus, and you get more XP, right? That is in theory correct. In practice, it does not work that way. The social aspect is min-max, yes, but that's because they are trying to design a game where the social aspect matters, but they in fact are designing a game where the social aspect does not matter. And they have to find a balance between those two. And they're frankly speaking, not doing a good job of that. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, whereas other people are not going to be honest with you, and they're going to tell you something different. The honest thing is, they are currently in this game, it is better to solo or duo, have a small group for gaining XP. You then join a group temporarily to get better gear, to then go back to soloing or duoing. That's what almost everyone is doing. The only people that are getting invited to groups up until yesterday are charm classes, because they were doing so much more damage. It was advantageous to put a bunch of charmers in a group together to gain XP faster. Then they did a nerf. Then they did a nerf to charm, basically making it not as good, because you need more charisma to be able to charm. So until people figure out how they're going to get enough charisma, and as they do get more charisma, they're just going to go right back to charming mobs. Like, that's the problem we're running into, and the devs aren't fixing it. They're trying to fix it. They're trying to come up with ways to fix it, but they're not doing it. It's not getting resolved is the problem. So y'all can be mad at me all you want for not grouping with somebody that's sitting right next to me, but until the devs make it actually better to group, this is what you're going to see. Yes. Regeneration is 4 minutes. The rest of them are like 30. So yeah. I'll group for fun, even if it's slower XP. Also helps network with people later on. Yeah, I mean, well, we're networking. Like, we're networking with people. Gith is giving buffs to Drew over here, or Brew over here. He's buffing him up, and he's helping him level up some. So, like, you know, we're helping people, right? It's better for Brew to get buffs from Gith and just solo XP rather than join a group and everybody gets slower XP. So we're still socializing, but we're doing it in a better way, right? Like, that's the thing. That's what's crazy about this whole thing. But putting all these people in a party together is ultimately slower than everybody just doing their own thing and getting buffs from other players. It's silly. I know it sounds really stupid, but that's exactly what's happening. We're being social. We're chatting with each other. We're talking about the game. Literally what they're talking about, well, I can't read it now, but literally what they were talking about a minute ago when I was saying that they're chatting, I wasn't chatting with them. They're chatting about charm and being overpowered. That's what they're chatting about. Because you have a bard, wherever the bard over here, and you have a druid over here, which have been charm killing mobs for 50 levels. That's 100% what they've been doing, and they're talking about that now. Oh, since they nerfed charm, blah, 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 this is what's going on. Now we're doing this, now we're doing that. They're just going to go back to everybody charming mobs. Once we figure out the charisma is needed, yada, yada. That's literally what their conversation is. So, I don't know. Have you actually run the numbers XP-wise? Yes. Yeah. Well, not legit numbers, because we can't see. We can't see the numbers. Like, that's fine. But yeah, you can't see the numbers because the devs aren't showing us the numbers. But you can kind of like XP for an hour in a solo or duo, depending on your class, depending on the group makeup, depending on what you're fighting, depending on your gear, depending on a lot of other factors. But you can take like Gith and I in a duo. We can check our XP per hour when we are in a duo. And then we can check our XP per hour when we're in larger groups, right? Like you can look at this bar right here and see how much it moves over the course of an hour with 2 people versus 6 people. And it moves way slower with 6 people. Way slower, even if you're constantly pulling mobs. Like a solo or duo can be much more casual, pulling mobs much slower, take a break every now and then, and gain more XP per hour than a full party of 6 constantly killing mobs. Like literally just chain pulling and chain killing mobs. And it's better to be in a duo or solo, depending on your class. So like, I don't know what to say. This is why EQ exists. The zone experience modifiers, they are supposedly in this game. But, you know, like they need those because you go in. Say, okay. All right. Go into a zone. And the zone experience modifier can be good, but those zones are very challenging and there's a high chance you're going to die and you have to kind of go slow. You can't chain pull mobs inside of those zones, but the devs have calculated it so that you do have to chain. Excuse me. Golly, got hiccups. You do have to chain pull mobs inside of those zones to make up the difference. But if you do that, it's a very high risk that you're going to die. Potentially have to do a very long, drawn-out corpse recovery on top of already trying to get people together to do the group. So you might go LFG for hours to create a group of 6 players, taking, you know, hours to get everybody together, get to the zone, XP for an hour or 2. You die, you got to do a corpse recovery and deal with all of that. That takes another couple of hours. You end up getting 2 hours worth of XP in a full party of 6 for 6 hours of work, right? Or you can just solo or duo the entire 6 hours, getting equal or more XP per hour the entire time, and you're XPing for an entire 6 hours. It's just the entirety of the full loop of the thing just doesn't make sense. It feels very bad, and I hope that they fix it, and I hope that they change it. But we've been saying this for 6 months or more, that group XP is not worth having. It's just not good, and they're slowly bringing it up, but it's still not there. It's been very slow, a very, very slow process. But that's the thing, is like, you're going to have people that are going to say, well, I would rather XP slower, but in a group and socialize, etc. And that's cool. I do too. Like, that's the reason that I'm only level 49 and not level 60 already, is because I have a set group, a static group that I level with, and we all socialize and hang out and have fun together as a group of friends. They just don't happen to be on right now. But that's literally the reason that we're not much higher level, is because we grouped and XP'd it in a party of 6. I'm just saying, like, it's a huge problem, guys. Game right now has a huge issue with TTK either being too short or long. The factor mana regen messing up. Yeah, that's another issue. Exactly. Abilities costing too much or too little. Melee, spell damage. Yeah, basically everything you're saying. Charm. Yep. All of that stuff they're all issues. Someone needs to call Jeff Kaplan and see what his take is. Yeah. Someone just sold 5 Peridot gems at the vendor at his bottom mall. Nice. You keep all the loot instead of splitting it between 6 people. Well, that's another thing. Yeah, I'm not worried about the loot. You know, I just want to level up. I want to get experience. And it's mind-numbingly slow when you have 6 people in your party. It's awful. It is absolutely awful. Your buffs are invaluable to Primus Fellowship yesterday afternoon. Druid group. Nice. Was he buffing you guys? Yeah, he's pretty good about that kind of stuff. That's how we socialize. Like, you know, we're still socializing in this game. You know, help people out, give them buffs here and there, that kind of stuff. What the heck is going on here? Sounds like slow, incompetent group mates. They're not slow, incompetent group mates. I assure you. We've been playing these games for 20 years together. The people that my static group. We play the game for 20 years together. We kind of know what we're doing. In Quorum, they tried big XP bonus to full groups. Was awesome. Best times finding groups. Yeah, that's what they need in this game. They need. If you have a party of 6, it should be better than a party of 5, which is better than 4, better than 3, better than 2. Like, it should just be better. Clearly better. I don't know why they're so hesitant about doing that. Mana regen is also real freaking bad. Without a class and group, help mana regen. Yeah, that's also pretty bad. Have you considered a 6-man group with 4 charm pets? Yes, I've also done that, Mercs. That's insanely good. But since they decided to make charm harder for the charm classes, now you just don't see people grouping because solo XP is so much better. Like, that's literally the problem, is everyone was using charm since the start of beta. And they did full parties of 6 with as many charm classes as you could possibly have, because that was the best XP. Now that charm relies on charisma, if you don't have high charisma, you can't charm very well. And since people haven't gotten the charisma yet to be able to do it, now it's just, okay, now we're just going to duo and solo. But even when the charm was really good, people were still soloing up to level 60, or they were soloing as they're leveling with charm classes. So charm classes have been the biggest problem since beta started. And I don't think they're doing a very good job of fixing that problem. Because they don't want to fix it in the way that it needs to be fixed. They're trying to avoid fixing it that way. And a lot of what they're doing is not resolving the issue, it's just making people do it a different way. So, like, right now it's stack charisma to charm better. So once there's enough charisma gear out there and people are able to find the charisma gear, once that happens, they're just going to go back to doing what they were doing before, which is charm killing mobs in full groups. And then that makes it feel bad for people that are rogues and wizards, even spellblades. Like, it feels really bad for those classes because they're just not needed. But I've grouped with crap, got 2. I've grouped with wizards, I've grouped with rogues, I've grouped with everybody, you know. Okay. I've grouped with everybody. Like, you're not seeing it right now because we're just trying to duo. Another reason we're duoing is because we're trying to take it easy. We're just trying to take it easy because Gith is working right now. Like, he works during the day, in the mornings. And we don't want to have a full party of 6 that's having to go like full tilt trying to XP super crazy fast. So we try to do things slower and casual when in the early part of the day while he's working, just to make it easier. So that's another reason that we do this. We're gaining just as much XP while taking it slow and casual, whereas if we had a full party of 6, we have to go crazy with pulls, constantly killing stuff as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you fall behind. So it's, yeah, the whole thing just feels bad, guys. Thoughts on having an option for automated loot system around Robin? You know, I would be okay with some of that, but I think that takes away the social aspect, you know? People that are calling for more socializing in the game, yeah, there's just... it takes away from that, I guess. Like, talk to your group. If you want to get loot, if you need loot, actually talk to your group and get loot. Yeah, we can go to the other side, or other place that we were doing yesterday. Well, yeah, the other place that we had yesterday was singles. Over here, stuff's respawning all the time. Like, on the way back to camp with a mob, it's respawning. I agree with your charm fix. Charm mobs only do % of their damage. Yeah. Yeah, I know. My experience with a group that are not statics, you have known, they just stop being a whiner and crying about scraps. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I've done pugs as well. Like I joined a pug the other day, had a good time. Stopped by one of our camps and the shaman buffs made it so I don't have to heal at all for a while. That's awesome, yeah. You have a designated loot mule? Yeah, that works. That's kind of what I am for my group. Like, I loot the things and I use them for crafting. But we don't pick up hardly any of the loot. Like, I pick up the scraps, the leather scraps, and I pick up the cloth scraps, and I use those to level tailoring and leatherworking. Other than that, nobody picks up any of the loot off of mobs. All right, do you want to go around the corner so we don't... No, I'll top you? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 mobs we can pull over here without issue. Yep. I haven't heard anything about Charm other than what they did yesterday. We'll just have to wait and see how they change it, if they change it. Oh, sorry, I was pulling that archer to camp. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. We'll see. As a healer, I can loot some of the mobs. You all loot so fast. I'm trying to get mana. Random party. Don't care about trash loot. Yeah. That's what happens. Yeah. It is. I get it. Yeah. The loot issue is definitely a problem. Although I've had healers in my party that loot just fine. So I don't know. Do you think they can really fix all in 3 months? EA seems to be a bit of a rush. So, I mean, they can fix a lot of things. I think, you know, like yes, I think they can fix it. The issues that I am seeing right now are how they're fixing some of these things. Their ideals are getting in the way of actually fixing things, right? They want things to be a certain way. So they're trying to develop the game in that certain way, and that's fine. Like, and I'm all for it. I hope that they can make those things happen. But I think that in the process of doing that, they are ruining parts of their game that they think that they're doing a good thing for, but I think it's ruining it. Like, they want it to be a social game, but then they have classes, they have too many classes that can solo really well. Well, if you have a lot of classes that can solo really well, what are you seeing? You're seeing a lot of people play those solo classes, and you're not making a social game. You're making a game where there's people in it that are all soloing. And then you have people that are saying, well, why don't you group with somebody else? Well, because they're playing a solo class, and it's just better to do it that way. You know, like, I understand that there are people out there that are like, oh, I would rather XP slower in a party of friends or be social. But that's the problem, is those people need to find each other and actually do that. But they're not. They're literally not doing that. So that's where the problem is coming in. Those people that do want to do that are just sitting in town, LFG, for hours and hours and hours, waiting for somebody to join them, right? That's where the problem is coming in. There's not enough incentive. They're not incentivizing the grouping enough to make people want to do it, to make everyone want to do it. And they're punishing people that do want to do it, right? So, I mean, people can get mad at me for saying these things all you want, and they could disagree with me all they want, but that's just the fact of what's happening. I hate to say it. Can't they loot as the body's falling? Can't get anything? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'd imagine it will help. There's only 300 people on. Well, yeah, like, I don't know how many people are on right now. Yeah, there's 312 people currently online. This is probably what you're going to see, though, several weeks into early access. This is literally what you're going to see, is this many people online. At this time of day, on a Thursday, you're not going to see 1,000 people online. So literally the beta is a very good example of what's going to happen on a standard server when early access launches. No matter how much, you know, we want it to be a certain way, you know, I want world peace. Are we ever going to get world peace? Probably not, because certain people have certain ways of dealing with things. So it's the same thing in a video game. You want it to be a social game. You want everybody to group together. You know, you want people to talk to each other, etc., etc., etc. But if they don't build the game in that way, if they don't literally focus on that, it won't happen. You know, it doesn't matter what we want. It's a matter of, you know, what people actually want is to level up. They, you know, ultimately they want to level, they want to see the world, they want to do things. They don't want to sit in town LFG for hours on end. They don't want to try to get a group together that just falls apart within 5 minutes. I was talking to another guy the other day that said that he spent an hour getting 6 people together to go kill something. Well, somebody else in the group spent an hour to get 6 people together. He joined that group. They get to the location, find out that the mob is being camped, and the guy that put the whole group together was like, oh well, and just left. Didn't say anything other. It's camped, left the group, and went and did something else. Like, that's the problem that they're running into. People don't have an incentive to stay in a group. They don't have an incentive to form groups right now. You know, when Charm was being utilized a bunch, yeah, they had an incentive to invite charmers to their group. Everybody wanted a charmer in their group. So, yeah. Why would he do that? I mean, I don't know. Don't ask me why he would do that, but that's exactly what happened. So why the question shouldn't be why would he do that, but why wouldn't he want to stay in the group and go do something else, you know? That's the problem, is he wanted to do something very specific, and when he couldn't do his one very specific thing, he just left. That's the issue with the game, and that's what you're going to see a lot of. No matter how much you want to make a group, and no matter how much you want to see socializing, and no matter all of that. Yeah, we can do that. It's fine. So, anyway. I've made groups every day and had basically no issues except for missing tanks. Well, you know. I think it depends. You know, it depends on the group. Like, you have a missing tank, right? I think in that situation, that was the problem. The tank made the group, and then the tank left the group because what was being camped, he wanted to specifically get an item off of a named mob. That mob was camped, and knowing that, hey, I'm a tank, I can do whatever the heck I want, he left the group and probably just went and made another group. I mean, I don't know. Oh, it must be a big issue. That's a 60 seconds? All right, we'll just kill this and wait. To just pop up we're shutting the server down in 60 seconds? Yikes. That has to be like a big... They must have found like a bug, a glitch. Night Harbor's fully down again? Is that what it is? I guess people are saying Night Harbor crashed again. Or whatever. Something happened with Night Harbor. They got to give people more than 60 seconds, man. Golly. All right. Is this worth any? Is this worth having? I'll grab one just in case. I don't know if that's worth having or not. All right, let me. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna run to the restroom while the servers are resetting. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, let's go ahead and log out, close this, and we'll open it back up. Being restarted to resolve a zoning issue. Okay. If it's just being restarted, those are normally pretty fast. You probably zone right back in, or load right back in. Usually, we'll see. Shaded is down for you? Bummer. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm with all you guys, right? I'm totally with all of you in that, it's back up already, I think. I'm totally with all of you. I want it to be a social game. I want groups to be the mainstay, things that people are doing, playing together, grouping together, playing, adventuring together. I want all of those things to be in the game. I really, really, really do. But I want classes to be welcome in parties. I want every class to be welcome in parties, not just charm classes or just a healer or just a tank. I would love to see all of that, and I'm advocating as much as I can for that. But the problem is that no matter how much I want it, no matter how much you want it, if the game isn't designed around that, it isn't developed properly around that, it's not going to happen, because you're going to have other players that are playing the game and what benefits them, right? Most people in MMOs are super greedy and super selfish, ultimately. And that's the wowification of games these days, unfortunately. So, people can fight with me a bunch and say that I'm wrong on charm and I'm wrong on this and I'm wrong on that because they disagree with me. But ultimately, I want a better, healthier game. That's what I'm trying to get to. And these are the reasons, the things that I say that I think are wrong about the game is because it's not getting us to that point that most of us want it to be. Unfortunately. Did they nerf charm? Kind of. They kind of nerf charm. Seems charm break much easier, even on BlueCon, if you don't have high charisma. What's your take on the changes? Guess Enchanter is mostly fine. Non-charisma classes feel the nerf. So yeah, my take on that, on the nerf to charm. It's not a nerf to charm. What it is it requires int casters or charmers to now gear up. Prior to the change yesterday, you didn't have to gear your charm class. You could have terrible charisma and charm mobs just fine and level up easily, right? Yes, it's annoying to charm mobs, but it's still very strong. Now you just have to gear up. You have to actually get charisma and gain charisma on your character to be able to charm. That's literally the only thing that changed. So as long as you get enough charisma on your character, then you're charming just fine. And in fact, if you get enough charisma, you're probably charming better than you were prior to the changes. Because charisma actually matters. So if you get like 100, 150 charisma, your charm's probably going to last longer than it did previously and be more reliable than it was previously. So in a way, it's not even a nerf. It's actually a buff. It actually just made gear important is all it did. So, people call it a nerf if they want to, but they're wrong in that. It's not a nerf. Now, what it did do, and to the point of what Inth was saying, yeah, I went all the way out and then came back in, like literally closed everything down. I don't know if that made a difference. Oh, you're in now. Yeah, but what Inth is saying is absolutely correct. That it's more of a nerf to non-enchanters is what it is. So like your necromancers, your druid, the classes that didn't really stack charisma But the thing is, enchanters never needed to stack charisma. There was no point in stacking charisma on an enchanter prior to yesterday. So, I don't know, man. I disagree with a lot of their changes right now. I just disagree with them. You're right on Charm, but I hope they don't nerf it because Charm being OP is a big part of my memories. Yeah, and I understand that too. Yeah. Oh my gosh, is that what they're doing? So stupid. Devs are D&D nerds. They know charisma is required for charm. Keep charm. Yeah, I've been saying it should be just a direct damage spell the whole, or direct damage proc the whole time. I don't know why they decided to put a dot on it. Yeah, it's so stupid. Wait, so it's 100% proc chance? Really? Yeah. Yeah, so Monk's gonna be top soloist now, huh? Yeah. Oh my gosh, this is gonna... I hope this doesn't aggro these. Alright, I think we're good. Tanks are down in the dumps right now. Damage is abysmal. AC still doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, like that. Why are you not seeing tanks? Here's why you're not seeing tanks. You're not seeing tanks because of what they just said. The DPS on tanks is low. And it should be, right? I'm not saying it shouldn't be high, or I'm not saying it should be high. It should be low compared to DPS classes. But DPS is low. AC is pointless, it seems like. Like, you know, you take a ton of damage. You got to then get a healer to heal all that damage. And tanks, they have to focus a lot more than other classes in the game. Like, Charmers have to focus a lot. I will fully admit that. Like, they are annoying to play, but they're super powerful when you do play them. So, like, a lot of people aren't playing tanks. Why would I play a tank? You know, like, I'm playing one. I'm sucking it up for the team here. But why would you play a tank right now when you could play an enchanter or a druid or a lot of these other classes that are easier to solo, still wanted in groups because of charm? Like, it's just all around a better way to play the game. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Where can I read about the charm changes? Yeah, pretty much anywhere. Reddit, Discord, pretty much anywhere. People are talking about it all over the place. Seems they're ignoring the learn from the past. Well, and that's the thing. This is something that's been brought up a lot, right? It's been something that's been brought up a lot to the devs, specifically Sean and Nick. Yes, we all have been playing EverQuest for 26, 27 years, whatever. We've learned a lot. There's a lot of mistakes that EverQuest made, a lot of things that they changed over the years to make the game better. And Sean and Nick are like, well, this is what we want to do. We want to try to fix things or change things in a different way. And I'm all for that. I'm all for trying to make those changes. The problem is all the changes that they're making are changes that have, well, not all, several of the changes that they're making have been tried in the past as changes. They didn't work, and now they're trying them again. And it's like, I get it. You want to try to find a way to resolve the issues, but you need to find new ways to resolve the issues. Not the same thing that's been tried in the past that clearly didn't resolve the issue. So I'm all for trying some new stuff, but they're not trying new stuff. You know, make the risk. Nick's thing with charm is I want to make the risk. I want to make it risky with high reward, right? Very high risk, very high reward. Well, the changes they made yesterday is not an increase to risk at all. The changes that they made now that it's harder to charm yellow and red mobs, that's not really a high risk. That's just an annoyance. You just don't do it now. You just charm even con mobs or blue con mobs because it's too annoying to charm higher level mobs. So it didn't change anything as far as the risk reward is concerned. It literally just made it annoying to do it, so we're not going to do it. That's it. And then now with the needing charisma to charm mobs, it's just annoying to do it until you have higher charisma. Then you get higher charisma, and now it's normal and everything's fine again. That's literally all it did. It didn't fix the problem. None of it has fixed the problem. Not too worried about balance. It's still early beta. It's not early beta. That's the problem. We're going into early access in 2 months. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, beta just started. Well, alpha's been around for a long time, and all these issues have been in alpha and have talked about ad nauseum in alpha by a lot of people. This is not a new issue. This has been known for months. So. What changes specifically are they trying that you're not fond of? Well, just he specifically doesn't want to reduce the amount of damage that charm mobs do. Okay? That's, to me, is the underlying issue. He just specifically does not want to do that. So he's trying everything else except for reducing the mob effectiveness. Or reducing the player's effectiveness. So like you could do charm as a channel, right? If let's say I'm charming this mob right here and I do it as a channel, I can't do anything with my character, but I have full control over the mob that I'm charming. Or they could reduce the effectiveness of the mob that you're charming and allow you to maintain full control of your character. Those are two options that I think are better than what they're currently doing. What they're currently doing is trying to say mob has 100% capabilities, player has 100% capabilities. Let's try to increase the risk and allow them to have 100% of the capabilities. Well, how are you going to increase the risk? Like that's the issue. Like where are you increasing the risk? So, yeah. Anyway. He keeps tuning up the TTK. Yeah, the TTK is going up by increasing the armor class of the mobs. That's a good change, and we need to increase the TTK, which is something that's been needed for a long time. I don't know. That's going to help some. It's going to help some. Good morning. How are you? Stop letting the charm mobs of higher levels than the group. Well, that's another thing, right? Yeah, the TTK change is good. That has been a good change. Increase the TTK. Make it harder to kill mobs, which will make soloing more difficult. It'll make duoing more difficult, and it's going to push people into full groups. TTK hasn't been lifted enough. It's just not there yet. They're trying to also increase TTK without making mobs health sponges. They don't want to give them just like tons and tons and tons of HP. They're trying to avoid that. So what that's going to do is it's going to punish your melee characters, which I'm okay with. I think reducing the amount of damage that melee characters does is okay, because the casters, spellcasters, specifically the ones that are nuking and casting, damaging spells, they need to come up some. So you can either increase their damage or reduce the melee damage. Those are two options. And I think reducing the melee damage is fine. The problem is they're still not doing anything with the charmed mobs on that end, right? The charmed mobs are still the top damagers. So that's a whole other issue. Oh, I need Sal. Night Armor broken again, stuck on the login screen. Close all the way out. Open up your launcher, click repair once or twice, and then try to log back in. I'm already mana starved. Yeah, exactly. The mana is another issue. That's a whole other issue for spellcasters. Spellcasters need more. They need something. They currently don't have enough. I don't know if I can get this guy. Yeah, I can't get him now. Oh, we'll get this beetle over here. This won't aggro everything else. You know, and I'm not trying to say that I know everything, guys. Like, I know it probably sounds like that. I don't know how to fix some of these issues either. You know, these have been long issues that have been around in MMOs for 30 years. They're a problem, and they're going to be very hard to fix. And then likely won't be fixed, right? We're likely going to have to live with some of these problems. So we need to, like, the things that we can fix, we need to fix, because some of these issues are not fixable. And we're just going to have to work around them. So that's why I say, you know, with the charm, reduce the effectiveness of the mob. I mean, it makes sense thematically. It makes sense in a lot of ways. And it resolves the issue. Like, they don't have to nerf them to the ground, but reduce their effectiveness so that a charmed mob doesn't overshadow a DPS class. Like, why should I be able to charm a mob that does twice the damage of a rogue or twice the damage of a wizard? Why should you be able to do that? Like, that's a serious question. Like, does anybody have an answer to why an enchanter should be able to charm a mob, have all of their abilities, their mez, their haste, their mana regen, all of their other abilities, and be able to charm a mob that does 2 times the amount of damage of a top-tier DPS class? Because if anybody has a legit reason, I would love to hear it. Because they don't need it. They just straight up don't need it. Enchanters are already going to be wanted in a party. They're already, like, people already want them. With their pet, plus their buffs that they have, plus their debuffs that they have, plus their mez. They already are wanted in a party. They're already a really strong class. They don't need more incentive. Risk versus reward, of course. So we're told. Yeah, we're told it's risk versus reward, but there's not. That risk versus reward is not there. Enhanced campfires will probably be a thing in the future. Better mana, HP regen. That would be something that'd be nice, yeah. Wasn't Charm OP for the entirety of EQ? Yes. Just wasn't well known or used early on? Exactly. Pause. It wasn't well known or utilized in 1999 through like early 2000, 2001. It wasn't nearly used. It wasn't used as much as it is today. Now that everybody knows, whenever EverQuest does a TLP server, what do they all gravitate to? Charm. Because they know. They learned. You know? So now we're at a situation where Monsters and Memories comes out. It gives us the same the same tools that EverQuest had. And now we know, so we're going to play the game differently. People keep looking at Monsters and Memories. They're like, oh, I love this game because I want to play it like I did back in 1999. You will never play it like you did in 1999. Why will you never play it like you did back then? Because you know more information now. You are more educated on the game. You understand the mechanics. You're going to play it differently. You can choose to play it like you did back in 1999 if you want to, but you know better. So why would you do that? You know? Are you going to live in a house without air conditioning just because they didn't have air conditioning back in the colonial times? You can be like, hey, it was so much better back in the colonial times, man. We didn't have to worry about all this technology and we didn't have to worry about blah, 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 blah. I'm going to go live like, you know, like it's 1800. Why would you do that? Like, you have new tools. You know more, you know? I don't, it's just silly. People don't play like 1999. Everything has, yeah, exactly. People just don't play that way. Channer Mana Pool runs out real fast, though, even when things are going good, not to mention when they're going bad. Not, I mean, sure. Okay. I also think it's foolish to just do things like EQ did. It was a great game, but Monster Memory, yes, exactly. I feel like Monsters and Memories needs to differentiate itself more from EverQuest. Like, I love that the foundation everything seems familiar. There's that familiarity with the game, EverQuest, the Monsters and Memories. I love that. But we need to differentiate the game more from EverQuest because we're already getting it. This is just an EverQuest clone. Why would I play Monsters and Memories when I can just play EverQuest? EverQuest has more content. EverQuest has this. EverQuest has this. Why play Monsters? We see it all the time. So why not differentiate yourself some more? You know? And that's another thing that I'm advocating for. Like, I really want to see them, you know, spread their wings, do something new and innovative. They have done new and innovative things in this game. Don't get me wrong. Like, they've done some new and innovative things, and I love that. I hope they continue that. You know, keep making things new and innovative. Rather than just rehashing what EverQuest did. I don't know. That's just me. We're less than a month into beta. I'm confident they'll figure it out. Cushy, you've already said that 3 times, and I've already responded to it, dude. Like, these issues have been going on for a year in alpha. I've been in alpha for a year. These issues were prevalent there. We talked about it there. They're still an issue now. Like, people can keep saying all they want, but they have to start making changes. They are making changes, and they're working on it, and I'm not trying to knock down the devs. I'm not trying to say that they're not working on it. They're working very hard, and I appreciate the efforts that they're putting in. But the changes, a lot of the changes that they're making are not good for the health of the game. They're in some ways going in the wrong direction. That's my opinion on it. That's the opinion of a lot of other people, but I think they're hurting what they want to do with the game, which is make it a social, group-based game. They're hurting that constantly with some of these changes. Like, we can kiss up to the devs all day long. You can suck up to them all you want and be like, you guys are doing a great job. I'm so proud of you. Give everybody a trophy. We can do that all day, right? And I'm on the dev side. Like, I appreciate what they're doing, and I think they're doing a fantastic job with some of the things that they're doing. But we still have to look at the other side of it, right? You still have to, maybe this isn't the best idea, you know? Whining all day doesn't do much, do either, though. You're correct. Whining doesn't. I'm giving constructive criticism. Whining is just being like, oh, you nerfed my class. Now I can't play. That's whining. But saying, charm is broken. Here's why. Here's how it helps the game if you change it in this way, is constructive criticism. Right? I'm giving examples of how it's breaking the game. I'm giving examples of what we can do to make it better. I'm not whining about it. I'm literally trying to say, let's fix it. You know? A coach of a football team isn't whining that their players aren't playing properly by being like, oh, you didn't catch the ball. No, here's what you did wrong. Here's what you need to do in the future to make sure you catch the ball. There's a difference. There's a huge difference. And I'm sorry that you see it as whining, but you also can't just kiss up to the devs and be like, hey, you're doing everything perfect, everybody. Y'all are great. We can't say that either. You know, we gotta fix it. Not fixing the issue, carry over from EQ. Yeah. Big quality of life guy. I think Monster Memories needs to be accessible. I mean, I think, yeah, some accessibility, some quality of life stuff would be good. You know, I don't want him to go too far with it because I do like the lack of quality of life in some ways is nice, right? I think it is. And it definitely, it opens up the game a little bit more. Too much quality of life makes the game too easy, too accessible. So there's a line there, I think. Would you be willing to start an enchanter and stream them and give us a live opinion? I mean, maybe. We'll see. Oh, I am bitter sometimes. Yeah, Blurpfish. I'm very bitter about some certain things because it's just it's constant. Like it's constantly. I'm getting the same people coming in saying the same thing. And then they're getting on to me for repeating myself. They literally have the same questions. They have the same gripes about what I'm saying. And I just, okay, so I'm constantly having to respond to it, you know? Like, I'm not going to try to, you know, I could ignore people, sure. I could just be like, nope, I'm just going to ignore everybody that has these questions. Somebody comes in and says, why do you think Charm is bad? I'm going to ignore you going forward. I'm just not going to answer those questions. I mean, no, I mean, I think they're worth talking about. What does the shaded buff do? Nothing right now, Uncle Joe. Nothing right now. Much better than staring at a map, watching the lights. Wait, what are we talking about? You guys talking about having a map in the game or something? That's what it seems like. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I missed that part. Can I pull this mob? Yeah. I got him. Just quality of life in general. Yeah. I think some quality of life is good, and I think some quality of life is not. You know, I don't know. I agree with you, though. Like, adding quality of life will bring more people to the game. It'll make it more accessible to a lot of players. But it also does kill that nostalgia. So, yeah. Just answer the questions you always get in your stream description. Then don't answer them anymore. Well, yeah. I could do that. That's the cyclical conversation danger of all these alpha, beta, EA games constantly generated on Reddit, streams, Discord. Yeah, it is. KBLA, you know. And the thing is, there's going to be people that agree with me. There's going to be people that don't agree with me, right? And that's okay. I'm all for the discourse. I'm all for the discourse. I'm all for, like, let's talk about some of these problems. Why do you know, I've posed some questions and I don't ever get answers. But why do we think, like the question I just posed a minute ago, why is it okay to have charmed mobs do twice the damage of a rogue and the enchanter has all of the utility they have? I still haven't heard an answer to that. But so, like, the people that disagree with me on the charm debate, they should have an answer to that. And if they don't have an answer to that, well, why don't you have an answer to that? I mean, you've got to have a reason of why you think that charm should be as strong as it is. You know, I've given you 1,000 reasons why I think you don't want to have charm that strong. Most people say stuff emotionally. They do. They do. And I'm very emotional about the game too. I'm very opinionated. Extremely opinionated. I'll admit that all day. Absolutely. Like, I want this game to be amazing, and I want to get that feeling that I had back in 1999. I absolutely want that. And I hope we can get there one day. The fact is, we're never going to be there, right? You're never going to get that same feeling you had back in 1999. Why? Because it's 2026. We've grown up, you know, we've seen more games, we've done more in our lives. We're not going to have that same sense. It's impossible to have that exact same feeling. Like, that's impossible. Yeah, exactly. You're 26 years older. Like, it's impossible, guys. You know, we were playing these games when we were teenagers or younger. I thought Disney World was the coolest place in the world when I was that age. Now I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, Disney World's a pain in the butt. I got to lug all this stuff around. I got kids running everywhere. It's hot out here. I got to spend all this money. I look at it differently. It's so different. I'm still in 2016 before the Harambe incident. Oh my gosh. So Charm is in game now, and it's that powerful. It's a very powerful tool in the game, yes. Charm definitely needs changes for the reasons you mentioned. Any reason you prefer modified damage versus other solutions they add? Cooldown. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that I would say are good and bad changes. Like, I don't know how they can change it. Like, I'm not trying to say that I know the answer. I don't know the answer. That's why I'm trying to discuss it with people and try to say, hey, here's where I see the problem. So what can we do to fix that? You know, I'm hoping that I do have faith in the devs that they can fix these things. I do have faith in the devs that a lot of these a lot of these problems can be resolved. I just disagree with some of their resolutions so far. Yesterday's stream showed a player on a mule. Is that a mount with run speed? So yeah, the mule character, or the mules right now, don't have run speed. Like, they actually move, I think, at the normal player speed without Sao. They're mostly used as pack mules. So you can put a saddlebag on them, and they can carry stuff for you. And it's just extra weight, carry capacity. That's that's one of their resolutions. That's one of the cool things that I like about this game. You open up your inventory, you know, and I have this much. This is all that I can carry, and then I have this weight over here, which is right above my head that you can't see right there. That's the maximum weight that I can carry. So instead of just giving us things like a evil eye pouch or a burlap sack or whatever that reduces weight and gives you like crazy amounts of inventory space, so you can carry, you know, hundreds of items and it's all zero weight. Instead of doing that, which is something they did in EverQuest, they said, hey, let's go ahead and add pack mules to the game. I think that's a fantastic idea. I love that idea. So there you go. That's something positive. I'm not all whining and I'm not all negative toward the game. I do see a lot of positive things in this game that they've done, and I'm all for it. I want to see more of that. But unfortunately, that's not what people want to talk about most of the time. So thank you for bringing that up. I will talk about those things. Give me more positive things that you think are positive about the game. We could talk about those too. I'm happy to talk about those. I would much rather talk about those. New player might have that M&M though. New player might have what? Charm should have tighter level caps. If I'm level 10, I should only be able to charm 3 levels above me. I mean, that they kind of have done that, Coltex. That is one of the changes they made, which was a good change. So mobs that are above your level, first of all, charm spells do have a level cap, and it's 4 levels higher than the charm spell. In addition to that, if a mob is higher level than the player, it's more difficult for them to charm that mob. So if it's a yellow con or a red con mob, then it'll break much easier. So they have done that. That's actually a very good change to charm, and I'm glad that they did that. It was definitely a step in the right direction. So another thing where I'm not whining, I'm actually saying that good job devs, fantastic change. Let's keep going in that direction. And I'm not being sarcastic there. That's absolutely, you know, how I feel about it. I lost my horse due to a bug. Oh no, that's not good. If it's an actual bug, you should be able to petition a GM and they should be able to fix that for you. If it was an actual bug. Like, I'm not saying it wasn't a bug. I just, like, I don't know what happened. Can I pull this mob? Yeah, I think we can pull this mob. Yeah. Oh, no, 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 no. Shoot. Why did it go that way? Oh, my God. That mob just pathed funny, and it pulled 3 other mobs. Like, I pulled it, and it started coming to me, and then it just turned and went a different direction. You want me to run them off and root, or just run it off in camp, or you just want to root? I don't think he's there. Did I get kicked out of Discord? No, I'm still in Discord. I don't know where he is. We'll just run this way. He may be on the phone. No, you're fine. Yeah, I'll run in camp. Yeah, that was... Yeah, it's fine. They path funny. Like, I pulled one and it was coming just fine. Then all of a sudden it just turned and went a different way. The problem are ultra bugged. Uh-oh. For example, my level 24 Bard can charm it to 34, which doesn't seem fair. Yes. Yeah, Bard is still a little bit broken. They changed it recently. They put in some like changes to the Bard that are supposedly making it to where they can't charm mobs that are that high, but in fact, they still can charm mobs that are that high. So that was just like, I think an error on their part when they were adding in the spells or something. Oh, jeez. So they just need to fix that. I'm bringing one of these mobs back. The other two are going to slowly walk back. How do pack mules work when it comes to exploring? Do you just park it outside a dungeon? Yeah, you can just park it outside a dungeon and it just kind of sits there and waits for you to come back. It can be attacked. It can be killed. And if it's killed, you have to get it resurrected. That first time feeling, of course, meta gaming is more a thing these days. Yeah, meta gaming is absolutely more a thing. And I think that's kind of where I'm coming at with some of this stuff is, you know, that first time feeling when we first played EverQuest, that's impossible to recreate because you've already done it. So you can't do it again unless you have like amnesia or something, I guess. So you'll never get that feeling again. But then also in the last 26 years, yeah, we've got more of a meta. You know, you have people making content on YouTube and putting more information out there on Reddit, and the information spreads a lot faster than it did back then. People are actually sharing the information rather than keeping it to themselves a lot more. You know, so that's, you know, gaming is just played differently. Everything is just different. So we can't expect to get 1999 again. Like, we can't. That's not going to happen. Pally supremacy. Yeah, I mean, that is a good spot for a paladin, yeah. Do mobs leash or do they have to zone? You have to zone them. Yeah, they do not leash in this game. During a lag storm in Night Harbor yesterday, I was trying to bank stuff. I somehow ended up with duplicates of 5 items I was trying to deposit. Any experience? I mean, the dupes should just automatically go away, Mindswept. If you actually get a duplicate and you're able to actually trade that with somebody, or keep them, I would be surprised. But it might appear that you've duped an item, but once the server catches up, it'll delete those items, or it should. But I would petition that, or not petition it, I would bug report that. So yeah. Should I play on a CRT monitor? I mean, absolutely. You want to feel like it's 1999 again, go get a CRT monitor. Go get a computer without a graphics card. You know? People aren't doing that. I don't know. I think the whole argument's just silly. It's just silly. Get my CRT monitor and a big Q drink from QT. Oh, dude, Quick Trip, man. I remember Quick Trip. I love going to Quick Trip. Looks like the movement is a bit smoother than when I played in closed alpha or closed beta, whatever it was. Yeah, it's starting to get there. The art styles is really coming along. Yeah, the art's getting better for sure. I love the art in this game. I love the aesthetics. The art team is doing a fantastic job. I agree with that. I don't use dial-up modem anymore, right? Yeah, we don't use dial-up. Golly, man. I thought I duped items, and after a couple of reloads, they were gone. It was Night Harbor yesterday when the servers were pooping themselves. Yeah. They were just stupid quest items, but I discovered them an hour later in my bags. Huh. Weird. Yeah. If they actually dupe, that's I would report it. You know, just let them know. Be like, hey, I found a bug. Yeah, that's weird. Very weird. Anyway, for those of you that are in here, you know, and hanging out and stuff, and I'm sorry if you think that I'm whining or whatever. I'm not trying to do that. I'm legitimately, like, wanting the game to be better. Hang on, I'm trying to look at something. I think we all want the game to be better, right? We just have different ideas of what's going to make the game better. We tried Spellblade. I haven't personally played Spellblade, but we had a couple guild members in the alpha that played it a lot. Spellblade's a very good class. It starts out very slow, but it's very, very strong in the high game or in game. With once you get like high dex, get the right weapons and everything, it's a very, very strong class. I take it as your passion for the game. You have logical argument. Thank you. I appreciate that, Burluck. Or is it Borluck? I appreciate that. Did you do any of the raids in closed beta? Yeah, I did all of them. Every single... there was nothing in the closed alpha that I did not attempt or do. We cleared every single bit of content. Pretty much, in essence, I want a group-focused game with balanced classes, great environments, and fun dungeons. That's exactly what I want, yeah. But it's easy to talk. It is easy to talk in circles. You're correct, and I do that quite a bit. I will fully admit I do that quite a bit. I often get the same questions, and I often end up answering the same questions because I want to answer them. Like, I don't want people to feel like I'm ignoring them. You're on Rampage with Sloan and the boys? Yeah, I was in Rampage in the alpha. We're in Rampage now for the closed beta. I think Rampage is going to a box server, though, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So, yeah, we'll see where we end up when early access starts. It's kind of still up in the air. So glad they're sequestering boxers. Yeah, I am too. I don't mind boxing. Like, having a pocket healer, I always love that. As a tank, I need to have a pocket healer to be able to do anything in the game. I need to have somebody healing me. So I always liked being, you know, I like being a boxer, but I don't like 6 characters running around with a bunch of automation software going on that's basically just running 5 of them for you. You're playing one character, and then you have like this bot that's basically playing 5 other characters. I can't stand that. So we'll have to see. I don't know how the box servers are going to be in this game. Like, I don't think you're going to see a lot of that. You're probably going to see more buff bots and like duos where you have your main character, then you have a healer. You might see people playing 3 characters. Any more than 3 characters becomes very difficult to do. Have you played the Faceless in EQ before? Have I played with Faceless? No, I have not. How do you feel about the in-game player economy at the moment? The economy is terrible. The economy is terrible. Yeah. That's why you're struggling. No healers 45 plus. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Definitely tough. Oh, okay. All right, I'll use cooldowns on this one. Yeah. And it's such an issue to balance against normal single players, not having to be a conversation. Yeah, it's tough. It's very tough. No, you want balanced classes. You want weak healers, so they need groups to success. You want low DPS tanks, so they need DPS in groups. And you need really low numbers for solo classes, but not balanced. If all classes can be okay and all, then you don't need a group or DPS. Yeah, I would agree with that stuff, yeah. If the healer can also solo, then they have to heal. Yeah, I would agree with that stuff. I mean, I don't... When I first started reading that, I was like, you want... Like, you were saying that I want these things. I mean, I do want a lot of those things, but you're not saying you. You're just saying in general, like a you as in everybody, right? But yeah, I agree. Can you expand on the economy issue? Well, and the economy issue is... It's just that there's nothing to spend money on. There's nothing like once you level up to 60, you level up your trade skills. There's just nothing to spend money on. Like you can buy housing. Housing is being worked on, and you know we'll see what happens with it. But yeah, there's just really nothing that you need to spend money on. That's the short version of it. Why the economy is kind of broken. There's just literally nothing there. So yeah. Yeah, there's 0 money sinks in the game. Like there's a little bit with some of the trade skills. I think they need to put way more money sinks into the trade skills. I'm hoping the expeditions become money sinks for the high-end guilds that are the raiders, the really sweaty players that want to go do expeditions. I hope that we have to, come up with a lot of resources, a lot of coin, something to be able to do the expeditions. That would be a good thing. The housing can be a money sink. But of course, housing is not a requirement in the game, so you don't have to buy housing. It's just going to be if you have the extra money and you want to buy housing, you can do that, but it's absolutely not required at all. So yeah, there's just every time you kill an enemy, that's money going into the economy with very little money coming out of the economy. That's the short version of it. I'm gonna pull an archer since those are pretty easy. Buy other items from players if you don't want to camp them. Yeah, and that'll happen some. So like, yeah, the player to player economy will probably be pretty good for a little while. Just as people are camping something, then they're going to sell an item to somebody else. The problem is going to be that items are going to start out very cheap and they're going to get more and more and more and more and more expensive because coin doesn't come out of the game very easily. So players are just going to continue to get exponentially more wealthy as far as coin is concerned. So if you get those really good items early on and you just hold on to them for a long time, they're going to be worth a lot more money later. As of right now, the way that the game currently works. Any plans for an auction house or bazaar? They're going to be doing something similar to that, like an auction house, not like an auction house or a bazaar. That's not going to happen. But what they're going to do is they're going to allow players to set up their own homes and auction stalls where they can sell items from those places. Yeah, inflation. Yeah, it's crazy amounts of inflation in this game. Like, inflation is going to be a serious problem. Unless they add in more like the expeditions that I was talking about. They could make expeditions really take a lot of money out of the game, which would be probably the best way to do it. Like, that would be a really good way to do it. So we kind of have to wait and see on that, because expeditions I don't think are going to be ready during beta. Maybe they're going to be ready. We don't really know. So we can't really say, or we're not going to be really be able to test those for a while. But that could be how they take a lot of money out of the game. Maybe. And if they add things to the housing, like reasons to own a home, that could also be another way, because then everybody's going to want to have a house. So... yeah, there could be some things that they do there. Good way to require housing is ports and sell them from house discounts. Yeah, porting items that are placed in a house. What do you mean porting items though, Track? I'm like, what would you do with that? Like an EQ, where in live costs billions of platinum. Yeah, exactly. Like a good item is like 1 billion platinum. It's ridiculous. When I played EQ, many moons ago, having like 1,000 platinum, you were like super rich. Now you need billions of platinum. It's just silly. Auto opening bags. Shift B opens and closes bags. Houses have taxes, good money sink. They do, but if there's no reason to have a house, that's the thing. It is a good money sink, right? Like having houses is a good money sink, but there's just like right now very little reason. Actually, there's absolutely no reason to own a house at the moment. They're going to be adding in some reasons later. One is going to be using it as a place to sell items. So like trade skillers and just auctioneers, people that are doing a lot of that kind of stuff will want to own a home and set up their shop inside of it. So that'll be a big money sink once they do add that. It's just not currently in the game. Say port items to certain cities or zones. Quest reward, dungeon item. So what they're going to do with that, Trackum, is I believe the idea there is they want to have like a caravan system where players are going to be able to take a caravan from one city to another city. So that's something they're doing in this game where all banks are not tied together. So a bank in Night Harbor is not going to be this connected to a bank in Phalandraw. So if you want to have items in Phalandraw, but you have them all in your bank in Night Harbor, you might do a caravan, which is going to move the items from one to the other. Now, right now, the best way to do that is to find a druid or a wizard, load up your inventory until you're right at weight capacity with as many items as you can, teleport over there, and just stick them in the bank, right? That's how you're currently doing it. So I don't know how they're going to get away from that. Be like, oh, you have to put these into a caravan to move them. Why would I just not port over, right? So those kind of things we just don't know the answer to. I don't know what their plan is with that and how they're going to do it. But they are talking about removing some of the ports in the game, like the Wizard port to Evershade Weld is supposedly going away. A keybound thumb button for bags, so nice. Yeah, you could probably change it to. I just use Shift B, but I'm pretty sure you can rebind that to a different key if you want to. You could probably just make it B. B opens your book. So like V, I could probably rebind it to V. I'm sure it's in the keybinds. Let's see. Toggle inventory. Toggle bags. Shift B. So yeah, you could just rebind it right here to whatever key you wanted. Long-term, possibly stronger XP buff from sleeping in your house would be a reason to have one. Yeah, that's one of the reasons they've talked about is like right now you can get the XP buff from a campfire and it lasts for 20 minutes. But they have mentioned having house buffs and you can get like a 6-hour long XP buff that just lasts for a really long time. And then you don't have to worry about being near a campfire. So it's just like that would be a quality of life feature, right? Like there's just, oh, I own a house. I can just get a super long buff. I don't have to carry around wood everywhere I go to make campfires. You know, this makes things a little easier. So we'll have to see what they do with that. All right, we've got a footman. I'll use cooldowns on these to make it easier. Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. I just realized my gluten allergy is flaring up, and I was like, why does my hand feel itchy? I just realized what happened. I ate pancakes this morning. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I keep going around in circles with the same exact argument on Twitch, and people are thinking I'm just whining. So... Sorry, my buddy's talking to me. People are talking to him about it, and apparently Charm is now better as of the patch yesterday. It's easier to charm now. All you have to do is get more charisma. Just stop. Well, that's the thing, bro. If we don't talk about it, if I just stop talking about these issues, the devs are going to think everything's fine, everything's perfect, and they're just going to keep messing it up. That's the issue with it, right? Like, well, people have stopped arguing about Charm, so I guess it's in a good spot. So, yeah, I don't know what to do, man. The devs from THJ are developing a new game. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't like the THJ thing. Like, I know it was really popular, but I didn't like it. The reason I didn't like it is because it basically encouraged soloing. Like, it literally made a game where you don't have groups. And that's fine, you know, if you don't want to play an MMO that has grouping in it, then yeah, THJ I'm sure is great. But that's what I love about MMOs is the social aspect, the grouping aspect, all that. Squeaky wheel gets the grease? Exactly, Borluck, exactly. They confirmed player boats. Yes, they did confirm that they want to do player boats. But and player, fishing, like off of the boats, yeah. They have confirmed that. But we don't know when it's going to happen. It might be a while. Yeah. I said the same thing about, like, when they go into early access, is why they need to have a foundation of what each class is going to do so we know where to put stats. Like, that's one of the reasons. Well, let us know if you need help killing it, if you can't solo it or whatever. Another footman, Easter. Yeah, we're just doing this because it's all we really can do. I just looked at my window and I saw something that looked like a snowman. And I'm in South Florida. There's no snow. And then I realized it's a painter. Somebody's outside, like, painting a house or whatever, and they're just completely covered in, like, white, like a white outfit, I guess. I thought it was a snowman. I was like, what the heck? Very strange. Mimi can make that stuff. Yeah, just tell her I sent you to her. But you can always log in and host, and I don't know if that's a gym or not. Is he fat? No. No, he's a normal, but he was like squatting down kind of on the ground. I guess he was doing something with the paint. Saw a golf cart drive by. And yeah, he was just like squatting down. He just looked like a small snowman. It was weird looking. Yep. You were commenting on AC earlier. If you took off your armor, would you get hit a lot harder? Like, is it that broken right now? No, I don't think it's that broken. Like, armor class does something. It just doesn't... It doesn't do a lot, I guess. Well, I guess you have to understand how armor class works. So what armor class does is it reduces the amount of damage you take, or you can take, but it doesn't always reduce it. So like in a lot of games, if you had 100 armor class, it might reduce damage by 10%, like all physical damage, right? In this game, the higher your armor class, the higher chance you have to reduce the damage. So like it might give you, you might take full damage, or you might take half the damage or whatever, or anything in between. But yeah, basically the AC thing is just like, it just doesn't feel like AC does a lot. It does do something though. Like you just have to have a lot of it. I personally feel like it's breakpoints. Like right now my AC is 317. And I think based on your level and the level of the mobs that you're fighting, you just need to have... You just need to have a certain amount of AC. Well, what level is it? Oh, you should be able to do that late at night or something, though. It's late now, man. You got to be on at like 9, 10, 11 o'clock if you want to get a camp. Yeah, for you, you need to be on at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, the game is more casual than we admit. In EQ, you had to play carefully and rest a lot. Crossing zones felt dangerous. Yeah. I would agree. This game is a lot more casual. It's not nearly as challenging. Like Nick has talked about it quite a bit. He wants to make the game harder. He wants to increase the difficulty of it. They haven't really done much of that lately. They did increase the TTK a little bit with the new armor changes, but I don't think it really changed it that much. Nope. That's okay. I stunned it. Wait, wasn't there like a 4 or 5 charisma item that we saw recently, and we're just like, this is garbage? It was like a ring or something. Sorry, we're having people in my ears are having a charm and charisma discussion. I'm just not bringing that to you guys because I'm told to just stop talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just let the we'll let it keep happening. Good luck. That's all I can say. Ooh. Why does everybody seem to be fighting around these campfires? They give you an XP boost. They give you a rested bonus, which gives you 15% more experience gain. That could be one way they slow down experience. They can just take 5% right off the top by knocking that down to 10%. Okay. They also give you light. And this game is very dark. So like if we like turn down the, like that's how dark this game is or can get. So it gives you light and it shows where your group is. I mean, default is 50. So this is default lighting. A different charisma question for a change. Does charisma affect vendor prices? It does, Uncle Joe. It'll affect the prices, but my understanding is it only affects the prices if your faction is lower. So if you have like max faction with a group of people, then your vendor prices is going to be max no matter what your charisma is. There's also a commerce skill. I don't think I have it. Yeah, I do have it. So there's also a commerce skill that goes up to 25, and that increases your sell prices and decreases your buy prices and stuff. So there's that as well. Translation: would anyone in their right mind cross the Kithkor Forest at night without sticking to the edge of the zone? And even then, you still had to be careful? Yeah. I say the same thing about the Vale of Zintar. Running through the Vale of Zintar is like kind of dangerous because they have invisible spiders that are out there, or stealth spiders. Yeah. And they will root you, snare you, and poison you. They're very, very dangerous. Sal faded. They need named skeletal giants. Well. They might have those. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm getting to. Yeah, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and we just gotta kind of accept it or not. Commerce skill, kind of dumb. I understand the thought, but most vendors only buy stuff anyway. I mean, I wouldn't say it's dumb, but basically skill only rich. Yeah, I think the commerce skill eventually is going to be tied to other things, though. The griffin that flew over the commons, yeah. They've got like giants and stuff that roam around in Shaded Dunes, for example. So there's that. You know, those are tough. They will kill you. But yeah, I haven't seen any griffins. That would be a cool mob to add to this game, though. They do have drakes that are just kind of like flying around. They're pretty cool. Has there been any mention of new zones or different areas? I noticed that. Look at Monster Memory streams; they're all brown and desert biome. So there are other biomes. The majority of the game right now is this desert biome, but like this is actually glass flats. So you have like these, I guess, salt flats basically. But you also have Evershade Weld and Keeper's Bite. Those are forest zones and Scarwood. And then you also have Shallow Shoals, which is like a water zone. I can't get that right now. It's not like an underwater zone, but it's like an Oasis of Mar kind of zone. Bunch of little islands and stuff. Yeah, and there's going to be new zones in early access as well. I think like 6 new zones are going to be in early access. So we're going to be getting a lot more stuff. A lot more zones. Yeah, like this castle. Can we see the castle? I don't even see the castle. The big green castle is going to be a zone in early access. We know that. There's supposed to be an underwater zone sometime in early access. It might be part of the deep. That's going to be really cool. Yeah, a lot of deep zones, like, when that happens. Dang it, we lost out on what we were camping over there. Oh, shoot. We might be able to still get it. I'll try here in a second. Hey, what's going on, Robert? How you doing, bud? You got some new music for us? I was actually thinking about this the other day. Like, should we have not necessarily battle music? Because, like, I think that battle music takes away from certain things. But what about music when you initiate a fight? When you first get into combat, and it's like dun 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 dun, like just like a, you know, like a 10-second that kind of says, hey, you've aggroed something, kind of thing. I wonder if that would be something that they would do. Could be kind of neat. How close to 50? Right here behind my head. My head's blocking a little bit. I guess I could move that up some. There you go. We're getting there. We're XPing slowly. Not in any kind of like super rush. We're just kind of chilling today. Yeah. I'm not. I don't want combat music either. 10%. Thereabouts. Yeah. 15% maybe. Combat music gets old and annoying very fast. It does, yeah. I agree with you guys on that. I just figured like something that like when you initiate a fight for the first time, it would be kind of neat to have. Or if you're fighting certain bosses, like a certain raid bosses have their own battle music, you know? That could be kind of fun. Day music, night music. Yeah, something like that could be cool. Yeah, short drum sound is what I'm talking about. Just like a dun 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 dun. Like that kind of thing that just like, oh my gosh, I aggroed something. A trumpet for raid bosses, that could be fun, yeah. Yeah, the XP is definitely slowed down, you know? Yeah, we've just been doing everything slowly last couple days. An eerie electric guitar for raid bosses would be nice. That could be cool, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they'll do something like that or not. Does the game feel more complete than Pantheon? Oh yeah, it's way more complete. Way more complete. Proximity music for Bard. That's another thing that would be kind of fun. Something that they can do in town would be great. Like inside of a tavern. And bards could like get together and make different types of music in town. That would be that'd be something fun to do. But like in specific areas. Because that could get annoying very quickly as well. A footman. Yeah, I wish that buff lasted longer, that clean buff. It only lasts for like 10 minutes, so it's kind of like, eh. Imagine being in the car with someone and they need to change a song every 5 seconds. Yeah, that's your bard music. Yeah. Golly, that'd be nuts. Or by campfires. Yeah, they could do that too. I think I leveled on giants from 40 to 45. Well, to go around to level. Are you trying to solo or group, Sithos? So you're looking at level 40 to 45 specifically? I think the rats in Fallen Pass are about that level. The rat guys. Getting rickrolled over 1,000 times, Bard, yeah. When Beta Key invites go out each Friday, does the new influx of players create any more lag? It does in Night Harbor, yes. Absolutely does in Night Harbor. What, it just spawned right there? I think it did. I guess it must have walked over from somewhere. Can Shaman rename their pets? Yes. Yeah, so it's slash pet space rename and then the name, I believe. Something like that. Ah, dang. I got 2. Stupid mob just roamed in. Right. I got him on me. Okay. You planning on giving Crimson Desert a look? Nah, it doesn't look good to me. Yeah, I don't think I'll play it. It's getting kind of bad reviews from what I heard. I think they should focus on creating more starting cities because everyone starts in Night Harbor and early access is going to be a disaster. Yeah, they are doing that. They're going to have at least one new major city, probably one new big city like Night Harbor, and then another secondary city like Phalandraw. That's going to happen probably with Module 1, is what it seems like. So they're going to have more of those. Just a matter of when. I'm leaning towards Druid for early access. Can solo one in groups, but Druid is the most played class. We run into problems getting groups since they might already have a Druid. I mean, yeah, you don't really want to overlap too many classes. If you're going to overlap anything, it would be a DPS class. But again, depending on how they do Charm, multiple Druids might be worth having in a group if Charm is still strong in early access. So that's all going to depend on that. Module 1 is late, in my opinion. The actual situation in Night Harbor are terrible. Yeah, the Night Harbor situation is pretty bad. It gets super laggy in Night Harbor, you know, at times, and I don't think they're going to be able to alleviate that much at the start of early access. So yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with that. Honestly, I don't know, because it was supposed to not go over 52, but people are telling me that it's kind of bugged from... Well, the other levels are kind of bugged. Like, they're able to charm things way higher level. That's what I've heard, yeah. Step 1 after early access, zone out of Night Harbor? Yes, absolutely, Dargoth, yeah. Get out of Night Harbor as soon as possible on start of early access. I'm hoping that my group gets together and we just instantly zone over to either Sungreed or Shaded Dunes and start killing mobs over there. Like, that's going to be your best bet. And then trying to get up to like killing the Ashira camps that are over there as quickly as possible. You should be able to start doing those around level 4. And then start clearing those camps and then try to get past that. That's honestly your best bet. So making a group early on is going to be very beneficial. And then reevaluate depending on your class. So like the first 10 levels, grouping is probably best option. After level 10, it depends on your class, and you may want to go solo or duo. And then all the way up to level 60, it just depends on your class. We're running Wizard, EST time zone. If you want to try to get a stack together, I'm down. There you go. Yeah, start grouping up. Start making your groups together now. Go do early levels in Tree Town if you can. That's another good place, yeah. If you can go over to whatever that zone's called. I'm drawing a blank. I was gonna say Wild's End. That's a different game completely. Evershade Weld. There we go. Or Weald. Evershade Weald. However you want to pronounce it. I'm thinking a boat and going to Night Harbor at the start. You want to get on the boat from Evershade and go to Night Harbor? That'd be a silly thing to do. Nah, I would say get out of Night Harbor as quickly as possible. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer, you know, like I was really hoping we would have more starting locations. But at the same time, even if they have more starting locations, let's say they opened up 5 new starting locations at the start of early access. You're still going to have a problem in Night Harbor because people are going to want to go to Night Harbor. They're going to gravitate to that area because they know the area well, and they're going to want to play over there. So they don't have to find their merchants. They don't have to find, you know, NPCs to fight. They don't have to find their class trainers. They don't have to look for any of that. They just already know where to go. So you're still going to have a lot of people in Night Harbor, even if they released new zones. responded to him where? Like did he post somewhere? Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Yeah, like I'm just gonna let people keep debating it over on Reddit and on Discord. Well, yeah, anybody that plays an enchanter will be happy with it. Apparently, people are debating the charm thing over on Reddit. Maybe I should just do that going forward. Somebody asked me about charm, I'm just gonna be like, I think it's overpowered. If you want to debate it, go to Reddit. Maybe that's what we'll do from now on. Because there's plenty of people talking about it. Like, it's clearly highly debated. They could simply split the city into 3 areas, Northwest and Harbor. I think it'd help a lot. They've talked about that, splitting the city into multiple zones. You know, there's good and bad about that. I don't want them to split it because I like being able to be anywhere in Night Harbor and see the auction and just the liveliness of the city is just fun. But the lag is an issue, right? It is definitely an issue. But it's kind of weird, like, what's causing the issue? You know? 200 people in the zone shouldn't be causing that much lag. But it seems to be when you get 200 people in the zone. I think it's just all the things that those people are doing in the zone is what's causing it. They've done that, Sabra. That's literally what's going on. The most played classes on the beta are Druid, Enchanter, and Bard. They're like the charm classes. Like, so they're already doing that. I wonder if they can layer Night Harbor into several copies of the zone to help with lag. Maybe, but if they do that, like if they don't want to do instancing or layers or whatever, or picks or whatever you want to call it. They don't want to do that. There are mobs to fight in there. So there's like XP spots and named mobs and things. So they don't want to instance anything or split it if they can help it. They're trying to avoid that at all possible. What mining level do you need for iron? 150. Footman. Yeah. What would you recommend for soloing as a new player? Outside of charming, Necromancer is going to be a pretty good soloer. Any of the pet classes, Necromancer, Elementalist, Beastmaster, are all going to be pretty good soloers. Archer's pretty good at soloing still. Ranger's pretty good at soloing. Wizard can quad kite, which is really good at soloing. There's a lot of good solo classes. Oh my goodness gracious, they're bringing the server down again. And they have got so many issues since the patch yesterday. Keep having to bring the servers down, it's nuts. My guess is they're resetting it. I don't know. They'll put something in the announcements. If they're gonna do anything, they should do picks. Yeah, zone hit some constant population threshold, open a new pick. Yeah, they could do that. Like picks or layers, kind of the same thing. Do you know quest giver for the pickaxe of Trim in the Quarry? I do not. Yeah, I don't know how to start that one. There's a couple of quests. There's a couple of quests in the quarry though. But the only one that I would really recommend doing is the measuring stick. The rest of them, there's a couple of decent quests in there, but I don't know if they're finished or if they're broken or what's going on with them. I tried to do several of them previously, and I could not figure out what to do, where to go, so I kind of gave up on them. They give you information. Like there's one of them, it literally says, find the dwarf. He was over on the north side of the quarry. You go to the north side of the quarry, look all around. There's no dwarf over there. Nowhere to be seen. So, I don't know if they like removed it. I don't know what happened. Housing doesn't feel like a thing that should be getting a ton of attention at this point. Weird to me. They're spending time on it in the development. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they know something we don't know. Like maybe that's their idea for the big money sink. Pickaxe has charisma on it. Ah, that'd be worth getting then. Yeah, for sure. Overseer's Head and the Whip Quest. There's a dwarf now. There is a dwarf now. They added the dwarf on the north side of the quarry. Finally. I looked for that quest forever. And I'm like, why do we have a quest in the game that says to go look for a dwarf? And then there's no dwarf to be found. That's probably something that really bothers me more than anything else in this game as far as the development process is concerned. Is that quests will be like half implemented into the game, and it's really frustrating. Little past where the measure chick. No, not that. That's where that's the dwarf that starts the quest. That dwarf tells you to find another dwarf on the north side of the quarry. The other dwarf is what I'm talking about, doesn't exist. Or at least it didn't exist last time I tried it. I never found him. You gave him a head and he gave you the hammer? So you got the Overseer's Head? Okay. Yeah, maybe that's... I don't know, maybe that's the quest or how that works or whatever. But yeah, I never found another dwarf. I don't know. I kind of gave up on the quarry quest. So he gave you the hammer, which was the that's the two-handed hammer that he has, right? That he gives you. And then there's also another quest. What do the whips do when you turn in the whips to him? Have you done that one, Rogue? Is that how you get the there's like a heal clicky item. Two-handed blunt with strength? Yeah. Yeah, the Stonehammer Maul. That sounds right. They don't plan to add picks. Yeah, they don't want to have picks or layers. They don't have any type of instancing. Ideal for everyone to leave Night Harbor as fast as possible, expecting it to clear design flaw. Yeah, I agree. You have the whips. You didn't turn in yet, but Wiki says it gives you a pouch. So it just gives you a pouch when you turn in the whips? Huh. Seems kind of a... weird quest. At that point, you should probably have a bunch of pouches, I would imagine. Maybe not. Ooh. I guess I'll run to the restroom when the servers are going down. How long is it down for? Probably just down and right back up. Most likely. They've reset them a couple times today. I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on. I don't think they've made an announcement anywhere that's talking about it. The heck? Server's coming down in 10 minutes for a quick restart. That they've done it multiple times. That's all they're saying is servers restarting, servers restarting. You know, they've done it multiple times today. Not really sure why. All the beta reasons? Yeah. Lots of beta reasons, I'm sure why. But there's something going on with like Night Harbor and some other zones where you're not able to zone into them or something. Or if you do, you're constantly like lagging to get into them. And they just don't load or whatever. It's probably down and right back up. But yeah, I'm going to use the restroom real quick while we wait. I'll be back in a second, Easter. All right, I'm going to go use the restroom, grab a drink, stretch. Oh, boy. But anyway, the day after patch, my evac would steal your mana. Say the spell was interrupted. Super fun. Yeah, that's always fun. That happens sometimes. It would also, you know, sometimes it just fails to open the portal. You know, you cast a teleport and it just fails to open. Anyway, I'll be back in just a second. You know, take a quick minute, stretch, and get water and all that. Be right back. PvP is back online. I don't care about PvP. Beta 1 is back online. Oh my goodness gracious. Maybe. Are we sure it's back online? It won't let me click on it. Oh boy. Beta 1, enter. There it goes. Just took it a minute. Just a little hiccup. You got back in, DJ? Good. Yum, yum, yum. Liquid lunch. These things are actually pretty good. You ever had these? Glucerna Hunger Smart. They're not that bad. You know, 15 grams of protein in it. Already reset. They're only down for like a minute. It's been like the 5th time today. Those things are displaying now, right? The follows and subs and donos and all that kind of stuff are, I think, are all they should be displaying properly now. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm wondering if I can kill these archers. How long do I have on this? 21 minutes? I'm gonna see if I can kill an archer or not. I want to see if I can solo one. Because these archers, like, they don't do any damage. It's weird. I was testing to see if I could solo an archer. I'm pretty sure I can because they're not doing any damage. Yeah, literally, I'm taking 0 damage from this archer. So I could always just come over here and solo these. Kind of silly. Gave mob ammo count? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know what's going on with these, but yeah, you can You can solo them. Anybody can solo them because they don't do any damage. They will hit you like it does. It doesn't do 0 damage. But it doesn't do... Yeah, it says 83 on that one. But yeah, I guess it just doesn't hit very often or something. This does so little. It's like they don't... It's like they miss a lot. Oh, man. Maybe one of these days we'll hit 50. Maybe one of these days. What stats should I look for Fighter or Shadow Knight? Well, for Fighter, well, for both of them, you're going to want Strength, Stamina, Agility, Dexterity. And then for Shadow Knight specifically, you're also going to want to have some Intelligence, because that's going to give you the mana pool. But, I mean, it depends on how you want to build him. You know, if you want to go more survivability, I would do Stamina and Agility. If you want to do more damage, then I would do Strength. Dexterity is needed, but it's not as important until you get to, like, higher levels, and if you're fighting higher level enemies than you. So, like, you're not going to miss a whole lot with your Dexterity. But if you try to fight something higher level than you, you will miss more often, so you want to have that bonus to Dex. I personally, for my fighter, maxed out Stamina, and then I put like 2 points into Agility. So I maxed out Stamina, which gave me more health pool. Another question, what does agility do? Agility increases your chance to dodge, block, and parry. So, yeah, if you want to be defensive, it's a good stat for that. And it's actually pretty strong. Like at higher levels, it's a very good ability to have. See if we can make linen bolts. Oh, nice. We can make linen bolts now just by clicking. Finally. Oh, wait. Bolts. We don't want to make bolts. Shoot. That's all right. We want to still do scraps for like another... Now we might be able to make scraps. Let's see. Or, what are they called? All right. We need to get a couple more points. I thought it was just for walking speed. Oh, it has nothing to do with walking speed. Yeah, everybody moves the same speed. You know, agility has nothing to do with that. Yeah, I don't know what's going to end up being the best stat overall for tanks. I don't know what's going to be the best way to go. Oh, shoot. Because, like, stamina obviously is going to be good for more health. You know, agility is going to be good for more, whatchamacallit, the avoidance. Strength is going to be good to hold aggro. I don't ever have any issues holding aggro, though, so I don't know if that's even a problem. Like, it may not be an issue. I mean, it probably will be late game. If they keep adjusting the damage on mobs and stuff, like it'll probably be an issue. Or not on mobs, damage on these classes. Like if Rogue gets really crazy good damage, but it also has a way to dump its aggro or its threat. So a rogue will do damage, then dump its threat, you know? So they're going to have to work on that. And then hopefully you'll have items that have like threat procking items sometime down the road. Does that scale more impactfully than they did in EQ? They're kind of readjusting that or refining that now, Redfin. The patch yesterday that they came out with yesterday actually increased how stats affect, specifically stamina, intelligence, and wisdom. Now give you more health or mana pool, depending on which stat you go with, than they did previously. So stats, they mean a good bit. They definitely mean a good bit. I play a rogue at 30, but where's the damage? That's the problem. They don't have a whole lot of damage right now. Rogues are kind of a little bit lackluster at the moment. Does Int give more spell damage? No, it doesn't give more spell damage than previously. So about every 20 points in intelligence, you'll get approximately 1% increase in your damage. It's not great. It's really not great at all. But, I mean, let's say at the end game around level 60, with in-game gear, you're going to have 200 intelligence. That's a 10% increase in your damage. So, you know, it might add up over time. I have the best daggers at 30 you can get so far and do nothing. Yeah, rogues are not great damage. They definitely need to work on those more. They're getting overlooked. They're getting way overshadowed by charm at the moment. It's a big problem. They're also missing. They're missing their poison stuff. I was wondering the same thing because I feel like we took forever in 49, like all of us did. Yeah, it definitely feels like a hell level. Yeah, I keep wondering why these people are like, they're getting to 50, then they're getting to 51 and the 52 almost immediately, it seems like. It's just, they're leveling fast. Any word of Monk or higher DPS since last patch? Monks are better DPS now because they got a buff to one of their abilities, their fire proc ability, so they can do their little fire proc thing. But it's still not great. But you know, I would say overall no. The answer to that question is no. Monks are not necessarily better DPS than they were. They're still kind of lackluster. Poison should be utility things, not how damage is scaled. So I think that poison's going to add damage, though, through, like, poison dots. Like, they're going to proc. I do think that that's going to be part of their damage. So we'll just have to see. We don't really know what poison's going to do. Nick has basically said we're going to be adding in poisons, and that's it. We have no idea. I expect to see, like, snare poisons, maybe poison damage dots. But outside of that, I have no clue what it was bringing. I see plus 1% healing per 10 wisdom now, starting at 20. So 80 wisdom, you're getting plus 6. Is that what you're seeing, Haas? Yeah, maybe they changed it or it's different for wisdom. I haven't tested it with that. The snare poison is already part of it? Okay, so there you go. Yeah, I think you're going to see more, you know, some utility with it, but I think you're also going to see damage with the poisons. So Rogue just feels bad right now. It just feels really bad. I really hope they get some things going to Rogues. Do, 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 do. That's crazy. Mayhaps. Do you think anyone has gotten to Sal Pots yet? Maybe. There's oh gosh, that hurt. There's supposed to be like low-level Sal Pots and then high-level Sal Pots. But I don't know if they've implemented the low-level ones. But the high-level ones are like 150 skill or something. But there's, yeah, I'm sure there's people that probably... Well, I don't know. I think that people have gotten to that. They probably would be selling them. So I don't know. I honestly have no idea. What do you do after level 60? You go grind gear. Basically, you're going to try to just get the best gear you can possibly get in the game. You do raids. You go do quests. Just kind of explore areas. That's pretty much it. Rogue definitely missing a lot right now? Yeah. Rogue feels bad right now. You think, let's see. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Rogue feels really bad right now. Anyone know, as a Rogue player, I love to sneak around and explore things. Is there a chance to get some kind of gate consumable? There is a gate consumable in the game. I think last I heard it was 50 gold to use once. There's also a quest or an item drop that you can get that has gate on it. But it's a one-time use thing. So it's a clicky, and you use it once and it can gate you. So yes, there are gate items in the game. Is the short version of that. Well, it's actually not a gate, it's a teleport. Yeah, 50 gold for one-time use of the gate ability, yes. And then the other item is a one-time use teleport item. And it teleports you to a zone. Actually, it teleports you right here to Glass Flats. I believe it teleports you right around the corner over here to the wizard portal in Glass Flats. But yeah, being able to recharge it is a wizard and enchanter thing. I never figured out how to recharge it. They have a spell that is recharge item or whatever, but I never could figure out how to recharge it. 50 gold only sounds like a lot right now. Once there's been people level 60 for a while. Yeah, 50 gold is nothing. Well, it's not nothing. It's not much to a level 60 player because there's no money sinks in the game. So, like, that is going to be a big money sink. People are just going to be buying those potions or those 50 gold gate items or whatever the heck they are. Recharging will happen from an item you can place in your home, Nick said. Yeah, I think that's going to be another way to do it. But they also have classes that can do it. Sal fading. They also have classes that have a spell that does it. So, who knows? But like recharging of items, I think should be another big money sink, right? Like people were talking about money sinks earlier, and I think that would be a good money sink in the game is having those reagents be a good money sink. Just cost a lot. Can I pull this guy? Did I get 2? I did get 2. Accidentally got 2, I think. Yeah, I got 2. You want to try to root him or run him off? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we can. I don't know if it's going to be easier or harder or what. Yeah, I just like I don't know how hard those are going to hit over there. Okay. Yeah, the struggle is real when you're trying to play a tank class in this game, man. The struggle is real. This is why everybody wants to play solo classes. Because it's just, it's hard to play any class that requires a group. Plus a charm pet tanks better. They do. They do. And you can just kill a charm pet after when it gets low on health. You don't have to heal it. You just switch to a different charm pet and get XP off of the one that, you know, it's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. Charm pets taunt? No, but they do enough damage where it doesn't matter. Biggest reason I'm hung up on solo classes and not group is because I'll be grouping, but life is just such that long session plays without interruption is, yeah. That is an issue for sure. I mean, playing a class that can solo or join a group is going to have its benefits because, you know, you're going to be able to solo whenever you're not going to be available or you need to take frequent breaks or whatever. And then when you have longer time to play, you can join a group. Okay. Thank you. Finally level 50. Holy moly. I swear, yeah, Gith was just talking about it. We think that 49 might actually be a hell level that was just not displayed as a hell level. Like, it really seemed like it went really, really slowly. 49 was awful. Look at this. Look how fast these are going up now. I leveled and I've just got slashing, slashing, slashing. Offense has gone up. Defense has gone up. Offense, like... this goes up so fast. Whereas spellcasters are having a hard time because they're like, their conjuration skill just goes up so slowly. What's the highest players in beta right now? Like 55 or so, 56, something around there. Like right now, literally logged in, I can tell you. Currently logged in, 54 is the highest. That is not like anonymous or role play or whatever. 54 is the highest currently shown. The patch did fix it, DJ. Did they make it better? Well, I guess they added in catch-up mechanics to it. So it goes up, it just goes up slowly. Like, once you catch up, though, I think it's slow again. But I don't know. Never maxed anything. Yeah, they added a catch-up mechanic, though. Is there a tank shortage that warrants charm for replacement of the role? Yeah, yes, I would say so. There is definitely a tank shortage in the game. Absolutely. Like, they're going to have to do something with tanks. I don't know what they're going to do, but... Well, excuse me. I think what they need to do is incentivize grouping more so that... And then incentivize needing a tank more. And I think that's the problem that's going on right now is there's so many really good solo classes that if you take all the solo classes and put them into a group together, it's just better than putting in a tank. Because, hang on. Okay, adding a tank to your group is kind of a net negative. They're not as much DPS. You have to actually heal them. You know, it's just like a net negative to the party. So it's kind of, in a sense, better to put in other classes. So, yeah. Anyway, I hopefully they keep incentivizing grouping. They just really need to incentivize grouping a lot. The tick's gonna attack you. Oh, never mind. I got it. Yeah, it just roamed over here. They'd only attacked you because you were sitting. There was at least a 54 2 days ago, though. He was streaming a druid. Yeah, I mean, there's people that have leveled up very quickly. There was a 55 like 5 days ago, but I don't think he's leveled much, if at all, since then. So, who knows what they are today, right? But yeah, there's people I'm sure that are higher level. They're probably just gone anonymous, or they're roleplay. So you can't see what their level is. You're falling behind is what you're saying? I mean, I guess you could say, yeah, we're falling behind, but we're also not trying to push super duper hard. You know? Like, we're not staying up until 3 o'clock in the morning and then waking up at 7 o'clock in the morning. We're not doing that right now, which we probably will do. At least Isar and I will probably do in the in early access, but we're not doing that currently. There'd be so much competition for mobs that solo players will get pushed out. That might happen as well. Yeah, that might happen. It depends. If they solo fast enough and they can get ahead of the curve, then the solo players will be just fine. So it may not be an issue. There's a lot of, what ifs. A lot of what ifs that's going to happen. If I were to solo, if I wanted to solo, what the heck? Where did that mob even come from? I got two. I'm running them off. I'll run them off. Just start camping. I have no idea where that second one is. I've never had a second one aggro right there. Not sounding very committed right now? I'm not. I'm not very committed right now. Don't want to burn out too much in beta? Yeah. A lot of people don't want to. Is solo leveling faster? Yes. Maybe hook fighters up with a nice hamstring ability. I mean, that could be an idea, giving them snare, but that's not going to really fix their solo ability. Like, hamstring doesn't allow a fighter to solo. Why is it faster? Not getting into that again. I'm just not going to talk about it again today. Somebody trained Master Tracker Lark all the way over here? You're making it difficult to make a joke now? I don't appreciate that. Well, my apologies. Wait, he's not over here. That's weird. He's like glowing through the world. Yeah, he's like inside of that building. You can just see him literally through the building, through the world, through everything. That's a bug. Bug. NPC spawn issue. Other. All the super fast solo levelers are going with charm. No, yeah, they are. Yes, they are. They are soloing with charm for the most part, but not all of them. I mean, in the beginning it was charm, and it was also archers were leveling very quickly without charm. Bards can do some kind of swarm kiting too, I think, through using charm. Yes. They basically they are calling it swarm kiting, but it's not really swarm kiting. That was a different animal, but anyway, that's what they're calling it in this game. But it's like charm swarming or whatever, where they basically they get like 10 mobs to follow them, and they charm one at a time and have the other mobs beat on them. And then get them all very low on health and then kill them one at a time.
Yeah, wizard quad kiting is actually very strong right now. I'm surprised we don't have like a higher level wizard, to be honest. Like, very surprised there's not a higher level wizard from just quad kiting. They could probably quad kite all the way up to level 60. That second one's walking over here slowly, so we might have to move here in a second. Yeah, I thought about playing a wizard or a charm class or something. I don't know. I might make a second class at some point, depending on my group. If we group up and we're doing stuff, like maybe I'll start making one in the morning. We'll start working on another class in the mornings while I'm waiting for people to get on. But I also still have a lot of things I want to do on this character, so we'll see. Like I'm doing right now, I'm doing a lot of mining and stuff in the mornings. Yeah, I don't know how the staff changes are working. I'm curious on that too, to see how the staff changes are going for the wizards. You think animations would get a lot better? I really think better animations. Yeah, I think that we're going to see more animations. Yeah, they're already adding them. Like, we're getting new emotes. They're working on those. I think we're going to get better animations for combat and stuff as well. Casting animations. You know, a lot of that stuff I think is going to happen over time. Wait, what the heck? Where did that even come from? Jeez, I don't know what's happening with some of these. I hit the archer, and then, like, I turn around, and there's a Dread Knight there. I'm not going to be able to run off this Dread Knight, unfortunately. Because it's got Sao on it. Yeah, I'm running back towards you. I can zone it. All right. Yeah, I can run it off now. The struggle is real, guys. The struggle is real. Don't play a fighter unless you have people dedicated to helping you out. Telling you, it's not a good class. I mean, it's not a bad class, but it's not a good class for like you're just not going to be able to get anything done unless you have a group, ever. Like, this is getting annoying having to run stuff off. So annoying. Heavily dependent on friends? It is. It's extremely dependent on other people. Look at that thing, still running. I don't know what those two are doing. Warrior in every game, but on this I'm definitely playing SK Ranger, maybe even a Paladin, so I can solo sometimes. Yeah, you cannot solo as a fighter in this game. Just cannot do it. And then you're always dependent on somebody else. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's bad. But then you have people that are like, oh, fighter shouldn't be the best tank or whatever. And it's like, well, they got to get something. We'll kill that archer when he gets over there. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with it. That's fine. That's one thing I don't get about some of the Enchanter arguments on keeping Charm strong. They won't be able to solo without it. Neither can several other classes. Good. Right? Make the game a group-focused game. And then everybody has to group up. The problem right now is they have too many classes that are very solo-focused and solo-capable. And you just have a bunch of people playing those, making it very difficult to create a group. That's where the problem comes in. But they can solo. That's the thing, is they're so reliant on charm that they haven't learned how to play their class in a different way. All they do is know how to charm. So they haven't learned how to do anything else. Like, I don't have an issue with the fighter not being able to solo. I have an issue with half the game being able to solo really well and being able to just do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it. And then when you're like, oh, well, can you group with me so I can actually do stuff and play the game as well? No, I don't want to do that. Okay, well, That's the problem. Is, it's the hypocrisy of the whole thing. All they're doing is just making everybody want to play a solo class. That's what they're doing. Then when we get higher level, and they're like, "Oh, I need a tank for something." Okay, well, who are you going to get a tank for you? Because you didn't help any tanks level up, so now you're just stuck at higher level by yourself. Good luck charming everything, I guess. See what happens? Like, then they're complaining because they can't tank a mob or they can't do. The whole thing's just dumb. The whole thing is literally just dumb. The solo classes couldn't outpace group XP while soloing. Yeah, Stearns, that's exactly it. Solo classes should not be able to outpace a good group XP-wise. They should not be able to do it. Okay. I mean, we can run over there. I don't know. I mean, we could just run to Fallen Pass or whatever. I'm all for most classes being able to solo a bid as long as it's nowhere near as good as grouping. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, this is why I've been like so kind of irritated lately with things, but people just don't get it. Like, I'm completely screwed as far as I can't do anything without other people. And that really bothers me. And then other people are complaining that, oh, Charm gets nerfed. And it's like, okay, so what? Like, frankly, it pisses me off when people get upset about that. Like, oh, I'm sorry that your solo ability, your extremely overpowered solo ability got removed. XP buffs based on group size would be cool. They have it. It's just not good enough. Do you want to go do that now, or do you want to take a break so you can get your work done? All right, yeah, take a break. Do what you need to do. I mean, I totally get it. They shouldn't be able to outpace groups, good or otherwise. Yeah, I agree. They shouldn't, but they can by a good margin. I mean, I don't know. Some kind of synergy XP reward based on group size, even group duration would be cool. Yeah. A lot of that could be good. Boost the full group XP. I agree. I saw a thought on Reddit thread yesterday, which I kind of liked. A charmed pet absorbs XP in the same way as a player would. It overlooks the strat to dispel pet and kill it, but I think that can be solved. Yeah, I mean, that's a way to go with it, I guess. Have the charm pet take some of the XP. But yeah, like, people would just find ways to break it. They would break the charm right before they kill something, and then they would re-charm it. It would be tedious. It would definitely make things more annoying and more tedious. But I don't think that tedium is the way to fix things either, you know? Which is kind of the direction they've gone with charm, is making it more tedious is really all they've done so far. And that's not a resolution. That just makes the game unfun. But the meta is still there. So. Yeah, I would like to see group bonuses go up substantially. like probably a good 25% more than what they currently are. But for like parties of 4 and 5 and 6. You know, parties of 1, 2, 3 don't really need to be adjusted at all. But 4, 5, and 6 need to go up. Fighters have more DPS than the Inquisitor and Paladin, yes. Not the Shadow Knight though. They're close to the same as a Shadow Knight. If once you factor in the Shadow Knight's pet, you have to factor that in though. Really wish Redcons meant something. It'd be rare. Yeah, that's another thing. They need to make the game just more difficult in general. People are going out and they're slaughtering yellow and Redcon mobs in droves. And that's not healthy for the game. Well, one of the ways that they were able to do that is through charm, right? They were able to charm Redcon mobs so they could kill Redcon mobs. That was one of the ways in which they leveled very quickly. I think most players would like to group. We just need it to be incentivized more. The system needs more tweaking. 1.0 is a ways away. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is like I think that the majority of the community wants grouping to be the main way. But like you said, we need to incentivize it more. That's literally where we're at right now. Is so many people are like, yeah, I want to group. I want to, I want to be social and all this kind of stuff, but if you don't incentivize it, they're not going to do it. And we already have a lot of dad gamers or whatever out there that are not going to have time to group. So if XP is even slower for those people, for those dad gamers, then they're just going to be like, why would I do? I'm going to play a solo class anyway. Like, they're already going to play a solo class because they know that it's better for them for their time. Because they can take breaks whenever they want. Like, there's a huge incentive to play a solo class. Look at that. You got charm right there. Yep, they totally broke charm. See? This guy over here using it right now. Seems like it works just fine to me. Yeah, someone's charming. Oh no. Totally broken. Impossible to charm. No, it's not. I'm definitely one of those. I can't depend on groups for about half my time. Exactly. So, like, there's already a huge incentive to be a solo player. They don't need to incentivize it more with better XP. It's again a good place, to be honest. Spent like 12 hours testing yesterday. I don't think it's in a good place. I think it's more powerful now than it was before the patch. It's just that you were required to get charisma. That's literally it. But like I said, I'm not going to debate it with people anymore. You guys can all go on Reddit and Discord and debate it to your heart's content. I disagree that charm is in a good place. That's all I'm going to say. It's ruining the game. And it's going to continue to ruin the game. It slows the leveling process by a lot. What, the changes? I don't think the changes slow it at all. If once you get charisma, it speeds it up. Class-based XP gains, fighters, you get like double XP. I don't agree with that at all either, Milos. That help all the grinding back levels after raid deaths. I mean, it would help. You know, I wouldn't say no to it. But no, like, I mean... yeah, I don't know. I'm just tired of debating with people on this stuff. Like, you're not going to change people's minds. No matter how much evidence you give to people, you're not going to change their mind. It literally doesn't matter. And that to me is what's really sad about the whole thing. I think Dodge just capped out at 150. And I think it's stuck there. I think that's where it's going to stay. Wait, defense caps out at 250? Oh. I was thinking to go... Oh my god. Yeah. Anyway, it's based on level. I don't know why, for some reason, I had a brain fart there. You gonna join us for a bit, Andy? Yeah, it was bad in that other spot. It's the internet, baby. No one changes their mind, and everyone is 100% right all the time. Yeah, exactly. I'd also like to see soloing being harder and XP nerf. Yeah, I think it needs to be. So once the charisma change got high enough, they're back to basics then? Yes, Grey Bomb, yes. It's people that I'm talking to. People that I'm talking to, like the enchanter that was right over here, charming just a second ago. Around 60-ish charisma, and you're equal to what it was prior to the patch yesterday. Over 60 charisma, and you're better than what it was prior to the patch yesterday. You want to try to pull, Andy, so you can try to lull some of these? Because I keep getting 2s. At least try to split them up. Like there's a group of 3 right here that I can't pull because I keep getting multiples, and you can't get multiples with Isar working. It's way harder? Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. Apparently other people are not feeling that way. So, I don't know what to say. Like I said, I'm not going to argue it anymore. I'm done arguing it. Charm is a problem, period. It's a problem in the game, period. If you want to argue it, go somewhere else. Like, I can't keep having these arguments because, you know, it's not healthy for me. It's not healthy for you. It's just in a bad situation, man. It's causing problems. So I'm not going to deal with it anymore. You should play a charm class. I've played a charm class in the past. I don't really want to play a charm class. I just want him. I just want him to fix it. Coffee's streaming at the moment, 45, charming just fine, with 60-something charisma. There you go. Coffee's doing it right now. Like I don't have to play a charm class to prove it. There's other people that are doing it. Go talk to them about it. If you think it's fixed, if you think that's it's easy or hard or whatever, I don't know. Go talk to those people. Like, I don't know what to say. You had to choose between none can solo, everybody have to group, or 2, you can do both with the right class, or 3, everyone can solo. If you choose 1, the game would not survive. 2 is a great medium. No, I think that, like, I would like it to be where there are classes that can solo, right? Sure. And there's other classes that can't solo and they kind of require a group. However, I think that all people would be better off if they can get a group, right? Make grouping the best option, but make solo ability a possible option, but not the best, right? That's the issue. That's literally all I'm trying to say. I don't need to give it a go, guys. Like, people keep telling me there's other people that are doing it. I don't know what you want me to do. Like, you want me to go just be one of the other people? Like, I could go do what Coffee's doing. Sure. It's going to take me 2 weeks to level up to Coffee's level, be able to get the gear that he has, and then be able to show you exactly what he's already doing. I don't know why I would need to do that to prove it. I don't need to prove to you anything. There's already people proving it. So there's no point in me doing it too, other than a waste of my time. How's patch been? Been busy. Some of the patch is good, some of the patch is bad. I think charm fix can't be a blanket fix because every class doesn't have the same charm problem. That's true as well, Corvid. Yeah, that's 100% accurate statement. I think that this change hurt certain classes more than it hurt other classes for the charm. It needs to be based on different classes. You know, you gotta fix kind of a lot of different issues with it. But I agree with you. There's not a blanket fix. Enchanter pets do more damage than my rogue, even blue pets. Yeah, that's another issue as well. Pets can definitely do more damage than some other classes, like rogues for sure. Now, rogues are very, very, very underpowered right now. They require a lot of gear, and they need buffs very badly. They need to get their poisons in, and they need to be looked at. Itemization needs to be looked at to make them better. Yeah, that all needs to happen. The only problem with the game is supposed to be balanced. It depends on what your definition of balance is. That's the problem with that. I mean, there's literally different definitions of balance. And yes, the game should be balanced, but based on what definition, right? Like, if you have a ton of utility, should you also be the best DPS class in the game? No, because that would make things out of balance. There's got to be some balance, otherwise everyone's going to play the same class. You know, well, not everyone. You're going to have the majority of people playing the super overpowered class, which is exactly what is happening. It's 100% what is happening right now, is people are playing the overpowered classes. And that's a problem. Rogue is the worst class at the moment, in every kind of... Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Just should not be that good at solo. Yes, soloing should be a go-to, and group be the backup option. Yeah, soloing shouldn't be the go-to. Yes, exactly. I agree with that. Grouping should be what you want to do. Soloing should be an option. And I think... For the most part, everyone would be okay with that. Like, there might be a few people that are like, no, I want soloing to be the best option. Now you're just being greedy. You just want solo to be the best option so that you can take AFKs, you can take breaks, you can do whatever you want to do at your own rate or your own speed all the time, 100%. But then you can't, like, why would anybody play non-solo classes? Like, why would you play a rogue if soloing is the best option and you have a class that can do more damage, they can solo, they can also get a group? What's the point in playing a rogue? There's no point. Like zero reason to have a rogue right now. Oh, I can I can stealth through a dungeon. Cool. Whoopie freaking do. I was watching Quadra's stream last night. Ted and Channer in their group was using Charm. I asked if they noticed a change, and they laughed and said no. There you go. Their gear is like tattered cloth and wool items. Yep. There you go. There's streamers that are doing it, guys. I don't need to prove anything. Charm is broken unless you are a charm. Yeah, exactly. Paladin should be able to out DPS Redcon mobs. Nice. Charm is fine. Let's nerf fighters damage by 25% as they deal way too much damage as a tank. I mean, some people think that. It's not a true statement, but some people think that. If you look at the class, if fighters were actually dealing 25% that high of damage, they would be higher than all of the DPS classes, but they're not. In fact, the fighter damage is not even higher than a pet. There's a mob back here, Andy. Like this pet right here, this necromancer pet, will do more damage than me. So I know for a fact that fighter damage is not too high. If just a pet can out DPS me. Yeah, that's what's been aggroing. So let me pull this back. It's been aggroing sometimes randomly. It's hard to see it with the ruins there. But anyway, it means your fighter damage is bad? No, it's not a true statement. My fighter damage is okay. It's go play a fighter and then tell me that. Just to do what everybody else keeps doing to me. Go play a fighter. Yeah. You don't know what you're talking about. Go play a fighter. Literally what people sound like. If you look at the class distribution and look at where the spikes are, you know where the problem is. Last I checked, it massively spikes up for Druid and Enchanter. Yes, Druid, Enchanter, Bard. 1, 2, and 3 classes. It's easy to see. I mean, the proof is out there. People just have to go. They have to go and find it and be open to seeing it. That's it. And people don't want to. They don't want to see it. They don't care. That's all it is. It's okay. If I can't solo or get into a group as a non-meta class, then what's the point in playing something like Wizard? You know, I mean, I agree. There really is no point in playing a Rogue or a Wizard. Dev said Rogue is top S tier melee. No, what? No, hold on. What the dev said, specifically Nick being the dev, is that the Rogue will be or is supposed to be the top melee DPS in the game. It currently is not that, but it is supposed to be that. These are the adjustments that need to make, right? So Charm might be, let's do a flip side of this whole argument. Charm might be in an okay place, right? If we leave Charm exactly where it's at and say that it is okay, then what we need to do is increase the DPS of other classes. Increase the Wizard, increase the Rogue, increase the Spellblade, increase all of these other classes up to that level. Then you're going to have Charm people going, well, that's not fair. Why are they doing more DPS than me? That's 100% what's going to end up happening. People are going to be all upset about it because now their Charm compared to the other classes is not as strong. right? And that's where we are, is all of these other classes are being overshadowed by one ability. One ability. And it's literally overshadowed, and that's where the problem is. If you all think that Charm is in a good place, go play a Rogue. Go play a Wizard. And then tell me that Charm is okay. Like, let's do the opposite of what everybody keeps telling me to do. You want me to play a Charm class and tell you that it's not okay, or somehow tell you that it's not okay. Go play these other classes, guys. Play them at a higher level, too. I want you to get to level 40 as a Rogue. And then come back and tell me, hey, I had a lot of fun. That was a really enjoyable experience. You're not going to do it, guys. You're not going to do it. You won't. I know you won't. In my opinion, the best way to deal with the permanent debuff on the Charm, yeah. Leveling a class and making decisions makes no sense. Well, tell the people that keep telling me I have to go make another class. The other classes are not overshadowed by Charm in-game. Okay, you're talking about in-game. Nobody's even to in-game yet in the beta. That's not the discussion. So we don't even know. You can't make that statement because nobody's even done it. I can tell you that Charm in-game is still very strong and very good because I literally have used it in-game on the alpha prior to this beta coming out. At level 60. With a level 60 Enchanter, level 60 Necromancer, I have literally seen it work. So, I don't, like, what information do you have that proves otherwise? That's the thing. Like, people keep saying a bunch of stuff based on opinion. I'm giving facts versus opinion. Like, give me some facts. Show me some facts. Why are so many people playing a Charm class? Why are people not playing the other classes? That's all I'm saying, right? Balance can't be made unless you're in-game. That's not a true statement. I'm giving facts. People that are playing Charm classes are leveling faster solo. Fact. People want Charm classes in their party because it makes them level faster in a group. Fact. These are facts. People are not wanting rogues in their party because they do less damage. Fact. So yes, I am giving facts. Yeah, like, I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to tell you. Pure bias? It's not bias. It's things that are happening. Literally, they're happening. What class do you play, Van? I'm just curious. Like, what class are you currently playing? Like, where are you in the game? You're playing a Shadow Knight. Okay. What level are you? So you're playing the best solo tank in the game. You're playing what most would consider the best tank in the game, period. So you're playing one of those classes that generally is considered the best. Just FYI, you know, just in case you didn't know that. Yeah, Fighter's the best tank according to a Shadow Knight who is widely considered to be the best tank in the game. Right? You see where this is coming from? Yeah, Shadow Knight's definitely the best overall tank in the game currently. For leveling, for XP version, for leveling and XP, absolutely the best overall tank. Like, you know? So, like, that's the problem, is you want to try to point at other classes and say that they're somehow better. but you're not looking at your own class. But you're saying I'm biased, but you're pointing out that the fighter. You see what I'm like. I can't argue. You can't have a debate or a conversation with people like you, because you're not willing to look at all the facts. Why is fighter better? Give me that reason. Do you think that they're 25% more damage than a Shadow Knight? Based on what? Where are you getting those numbers from? Because that's not a true statement. But where are you getting those numbers from? In a group-based game, fighter's best? Based on what? Why? Give me a reason. I can give you a reason why the Shadow Knight's better. It's got an aura that gives everybody in the party haste. It can feign death pull. It can self-sustain through its life tap procs. There's 3 reasons right there. What does a fighter do that makes it better in a group? 5% mitigation. Physical mitigation. Which is easily overcompensate or over for the Shadow Knight to use a couple procs, to be able to use its shield, like it's, you know, you can compensate for that 5% difference very easily with a Shadow Knight. So, yeah. Does Rogue have access to poisons? Kinda, but not yet. Not really. Not yet. You're not giving me any reason why fighter is better, so I'm done with the conversation until you can actually give me some actual reasoning. You're just trying to like start an argument that you're not going to be able to win. Yeah. So, one more person says charm. We'll turn this bus around right now. Exactly. As an SK, how often have you even played with a fighter? Yeah, exactly, DJ. Like, yeah, people don't know, man. They don't have any information. They just, I feel like some people just want to come in here and start stirring stuff up. I think is part of the thing, right? They just want to come in and stir stuff up. They have 0 reasons for what they say. They have 0 fact base behind it. Nothing. They have no reason for anything. They just want to stir things up. Same reason that people go on Reddit and are like, game's bad, and they just start screaming about stuff. Same exact reasons. So I never played an MMO like this, EQ or anything. Sorry if this throws off your topic. Nah, you're good. Please throw off my topic. That's fine. But can you explain to me why you enjoy a game like this? What is there to do? Hang on, I'm trying to... Not in-game, but there'd be raids and such. Couldn't find much info. So yeah. Now you're good. I just pulled an archer because I knew it would be easy. So, you're good. Charm. Mimnock. So yeah, what do you do in this game? The reason I like this game, the reason I want to play this game is because I like the grouping aspect of it. I like the socialism, the socializing aspect of it. You know, going after things as a team, working together as a team to do things is a lot of fun to me. The challenge of it, because it's more challenging, in my opinion, than something like World of Warcraft, where the leveling process is super easy in a game like World of Warcraft. You just go hub to hub to hub. Buffs whenever you get a chance, sorry. That's the reason I like to play these games. Now, outside of that, as far as raiding and stuff's concerned and in-game content, there's going to be raiding in this game. There's going to be a good bit of raiding in this game. That's right. I'm going to pull him back. Yeah, you got to run like really far back to get him into the camp and then kind of come back to him. There is going to be raids in this game. They're going to be, there's like 4 or 5 already in the game that are level 60 plus. There's also level up raids. So there's a level 20, 25, and 40 raids that are all that you can do when you get to those levels. If you're over those levels, it'll automatically like death touch you. I'm not going to get into that anymore, but I don't like those raids. I think that the level locked raids are a bad idea and probably should be scrapped. But we'll see what they do with them. They're looking at possibly changing them. There's just a lot of issues with them, I feel like. But as far as like in-game is concerned, yeah, there's a lot to do. There's quests that you can do, like long epic quests that they're going to be adding into the game. There's a lot of lore that you're going to be able to go and find. Exploration of finding new areas. Like right now, if we had a full group, there's a whole area inside of this mountain back here that you can literally go into and just like explore all inside of this mountain. So much stuff in there that you can't even see until you crawl into it. You know, all of that's what makes this game fun to me, you know. How do you know the damages for fighter for DPS? People don't know. There are some parses out there that are floating around, but they're not widely used, and then nobody's like posting information on that. The devs have a parse on their end that they can use. There is a parse like built into the game that the devs can flag if they wanted us to use it, but they don't want us to use it. So, you know, people are kind of basing a lot of this information on feels, like as far as what class does the most damage. Like it's a lot of it's based on feels, a lot of it's based on looking at the numbers and just kind of watching the numbers in chat, because you can see, like I can pull up damage here. Let's do this. Open a new window. And then go down here, and you can like see the damage numbers. You can go to combat, go to melee, go to hit, mine. This shows you my damage numbers right here. So you can see what my damage numbers are. I need to actually do my buffs again here in a second. But these are my damage numbers, and then I could actually show up another window, and we can show you the damage numbers. Hit NPCs. And you'll see like the pet numbers here. So the pet is, this is Stein's pet is the Z name right here. And it's doing the same DPS as I'm doing. Approximately. It's actually, its high damage is 56. My high damage is about 50 whenever I use all of my abilities here. Let me get my stuff on. Because these sharpening stones fell off. So you'll see my damage hit for like a high of 50. Now this doesn't tell you everything. High of 51, so I'm hitting for 51 damage right there. And then their pet is also dual wielding and quad attacking, the same as I am, and hitting for up to 56. So you can see the numbers, like it's right there in front of your face. I don't know. But that's how people are finding out DPS, right? Is you're just looking at the damage done. That's the main reason. Is there a way to pull logs? There's no way to pull logs currently without using some sort of software that the devs kind of frown on. They don't say that you can't parse. Like they have nothing against people parsing. There's no like rule against it right now. But the parses are not widely used. May not be 100% accurate because I think they just read what's happening in the log. So, yeah. Anyway, makes sense. You played EQ back in the day? I did. Yeah, I played EQ back in the day for a while. Show them the classes played graphic, Criddle. Charm is definitely not OP. Oh, you're being sarcastic when you say that. I don't know if I have access to that easily, but yeah. I mean, we can look at the classes right now. Like, here, let's do this. So we do who all. Okay, you have 479 players that are currently online. Who all druid. Out of that, 56 are druids. Okay. Who all enchanter. 41 are enchanters. Who all rogue. 23 rogues. I wonder why there's only 23 rogues but there's more than double enchanters. Go figure. Who all... Shadow Knight. 26 Shadow Knights. There's 19 fighters. I mean, you can look at the class, you know, just right now, just in the game. Who all monk? 21 monks. Who all Spellblade. 9 Spellblades. Who all Inquisitor. Inquisitor. 10 Inquisitors. I mean, here it's pretty clear where the discrepancy lies, right? Pretty clear. So at 55, the fighter gets triple attack. And yes, I would say that at level 55 and higher, the fighter might be pulling, you know, a little ahead on DPS against the other tanks with triple attack. It's not 25%, but, you know, they might pull a little bit ahead. I would agree with that statement. At level 55 and higher. What are the most important starting stats for a fighter? That depends. You could go strength for more damage. You could go stamina for more health. You could go agility for more avoidance. You could go dexterity for more hit chance. I personally went stamina. I maxed out stamina, then I put like 2 points into agility to make me a better tank, so I can mitigate damage better. Are stat upgrades permanent? No, you get most of your stats from gear. So like it just depends on what gear you have. Don't let Criddle fool you. He plays this game due to the Enchanter charm. Yes, that's 100% it. Parsing is supposed to be outlawed. Who knows if it's going to go through? I don't know what they're going to do with it. Some people are using screen cap parsers, which is definitely against TOS, but they're not enforcing at the moment. Yeah, something like that. Exactly. Like, I don't use a parser personally. You have to base a lot of this on feel unless you use one of those parsers. But there are people that have used parsers in the past. They're not posting their data. They're not doing anything like that. But the devs have parsers. Like, they can go and look and see how much classes are doing. Devs have said that a fighter is supposed to be more damage, and they're supposed to be better physical damage mitigation. That is literally what they're supposed to be doing. Now, how much more, they have not said. But, yeah. Every class race gets its own stats. Creation 10 points. Yes. So you have, those are permanent. Yes. What Goonie is saying. So you have 10 points that you can put into your class in the beginning. Those are a permanent upgrade. And that dictates what your starting stats are. So your race class combo tells you your starting stats. And you have 10 points that you can put in after that. Van, bad faith argument, dude. I'm not even going to acknowledge your existence anymore. You just have a bad faith argument. Honestly, I think at this point, people just want me... They're trying to get me, like, worked up for silly reasons. Ha! Look at that! Streamer mad! Yeah, I'm not mad. Like, I'm not mad about any of it. Min-maxers worry about it while everyone else just says spend whatever. Yeah, min-maxers will definitely worry about it. I mean, which class you start with, or which race you start with based on your class will matter min-max wise. Like, I'm using a dwarf for my tank. The reason I'm using a dwarf for my tank is strictly because of this one ability right here. This is why I chose dwarf. It's a 5-minute cooldown that increases damage, physical damage mitigation by 10% and armor class by 25% for 15 seconds. So it just makes you a better tank for 15 seconds. every 5 minutes. That is the only reason I chose dwarf. That's a min-max reason. But that, I mean, people want to know why I'm playing a dwarf. That's why. Appreciate you being Pantheon lately. Not a high level, but waiting for this. Yeah, I played Pantheon all the way up to level 50. Felt bad. Like, felt bad in that game. The whole thing felt bad. I think that needs to change. The current effect is that race matters very little. A little goblin has almost no difference from an ogre fighter. I don't know. I don't think that needs to change. I honestly don't think it needs to change. Like, I like that there's a little difference, but there shouldn't be a big difference. Oh, boy. Huh? We want to go look at something really cool? A dragon? Probably would. Don't come to this zone. I wonder if we'd be able to see him from here. He spawns over that way. And retail WoW and Guild Wars 2, but looking for a different feel. This is going, like, retail WoW and Guild Wars 2 are going to be much faster paced than this game. It's going to be a very, very different feel. So, I mean, I encourage you to try this game out and see if you like it. But it's definitely going to feel different. 100% going to feel different. How does skill work? 1 to 8. If you click taunt 4 and they're all on global cooldown and you can't do anything until, let's say, 2 is ready. So I can... I mean, probably eventually. Well, no, they should be a lot shorter now. It should only last like 15 minutes now. Yeah, if Esar shrinks us, we can get in there. I've got 15 minutes on mine right now, though, so I'm okay. That's not good. Yeah, try to shrink yourself and get up under there. There we go. Shelter buff. Yeah, I'm able to get in right here where I'm sitting. Sheltered. Oop, right here where I'm sitting is sheltered for me. There we go. So skills. Sorry. So you have skills, 1 through 10 here. My 1, 2, 3 skills are all on the same cooldown. They're part of the global cooldown, but they're all on the same cooldown because they're all might abilities. So this ability shares a cooldown with other might abilities. So I can use all 3 of those, but I do have to wait the global cooldown for them. Taunt is off of global cooldown. Kick is off of global cooldown. Clobber is off of global cooldown. Battle Cry is part of the martial ability, so it shares a cooldown with Taunt. So Taunt and these 2 abilities are on the same cooldown. So when I use Taunt, I can't use Battle Cry. If I use Battle Cry, I can't use Taunt. Disarm is also part of the Might ability, so it shares a cooldown with Rend, Frenzy, those up there. So that's basically how those work. That's why like you see them all kind of going at once. So I'm hitting a macro though that I made, which is this macro right here, which hits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if I just hit 1 by itself, you'll see that armor break and disarm go on cooldown. If I hit 3, they all go on cooldown. If I hit 2 when frenzy's up, does the same thing. All 4 of those go on cooldown. I was thinking I haven't seen a sandstorm in a while. Did I curse you? Nah, you're good. They're shorter now, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Should be fine. I want something more chill, like old school RPGs. This is chill, but it's not chill, right? Like you can definitely be chill in this game and just kind of pull slowly and just have fun and explore and all that. It's not going to be a fast pace, like, but you can do that if you want to. Like if you're in a full party of 6, you could constantly be pulling and just blasting through mobs. Absolutely, you can do that. How's crafting? Worth making gear? Yeah, some of the gear is pretty good. Especially early levels. Early levels gear is very, very good. So yeah, you wanna level up crafting pretty early, like getting a full set of enchanted copper plate for a tank is really beneficial in the beginning. Because otherwise you don't get plate armor until like level 20 plus. Just look like you're using 1 and then they were all recharging. Yeah, it looks like I'm using 1 because I'm using this macro right here, an in-game macro, which is hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, and 8 are all on the same cooldown. So if I hit any of those, it triggers a global cooldown for them. But then 4 and 5 are also being hit. The only reason I'm hitting kick, like a lot of people come in and they're like, why do you keep spamming kick? That's to keep my acrobats, which is actually maxed out, so I don't need to do it right now. But that's to level up acrobats, because kick is the only skill that fighters get that uses acrobat, and I need to have high acrobat skill to be able to kick the enemy reliably to interrupt a spell. So I just make sure that I spam it. It's just part of my abilities, and I just make sure that I spam it. Just so I can keep up with it. Yeah, just for the skill ups. But it is maxed now, so I don't really need to anymore. The only one that I'm not keeping up with is Valor, which is way down here. And my Valor is only 23 out of 255. But that's the charge ability that I'm not even using. It's not even on my bar. But that's what that does. Is it gives you charge, or uses the charge ability, whatever. It uses Valor. But that doesn't have like a hit chance on it. So you don't have to worry about raising Valor to use charge. It just works. I got asked why I'm kicking wolves and bears. Yeah. Always be kicking. Because at low level, it took me to level 43 to max out acrobat for my level. Literally took me that long because I was leveling faster than it was capping. Like I wasn't able to keep it capped. So yeah. Fun stream. Have a good stream, fam. Follow. Be back. Yeah, absolutely. Come on back whenever. Hopefully I'm not complaining about things and arguing with people. I'm really trying not to do that more. But it's hard. It's hard for me to do. People like to come in and push my buttons. It's very hard for you. You have many buttons. I do. I have lots of buttons. It is very, very hard for me to do. Well, it's just that I have like I'm very opinionated, right? Like I have certain things that I want to be good in this game, and I feel like a lot of people are trying to ruin that. Maybe they're trying to ruin it on purpose. Maybe they just want me to fail as a content creator, so they're trying to make me look bad. I don't know. I have no idea what the reasons are. Hoping the changes to raising skill makes that better. When I played Free Weekend, was painful leveling certain. Yeah, I think the changes are going to make it better. At least the catch-up mechanics. So like if you way out level something, for example, with my Valor skill, I'm 23 out of 255. So I could almost guarantee you if I used any skill that used Valor for a while, it would go up every single time I use it. Because they've got a catch-up mechanic. When you're way out level it just catches up. But once you get it closer, like say something is like my bludgeoning skill. Where's my bludgeoning? My bludgeoning is 235 out of 250. It probably will not level up super fast because it's fairly close. For the more popular discussion topics, just have a message post every 10 minutes that says your opinion if someone keeps asking. I could probably do that, yeah. Be like, Charm, here's my opinion on Charm. I should probably make a video, give a big rant on my opinion on Charm, and then just link people to that. And every time they want to argue with me, they can go over to my Charm video and give me a free view on YouTube. The problem with those, the issue with that would be that I would want to make sure I get all of the information out, right? Because Charm is a much bigger problem. It's not just like one little thing that's the issue. It's like 20 different things that are causing the issue. And they're not resolved in the same way. Not the worst idea? Yeah. Pineapple absolutely does not belong on pizza. I disagree, Pacer. I love pineapple on pizza. I just like pineapple. I just really like pineapple. Wait. Somebody should just clip my argument about Charm at some point. Somebody go back and clip one of my rants on Charm for like 60 seconds or something. What's the longest clip I can do? Like a 90-second clip? And then just every time somebody brings it up, just send them to that. Time to practice essay structure from high school? I know, I'm so bad at that, dude. I am so bad at it. I would need to literally like write out a whole thing of why Charm is bad and then like basically read it. I was told by a very serious pizza crafter that pineapple jalapeno is a superior topping combo. Ooh, them's fighting words right there, Grey Bomb. Those are fighting words. I love pineapple. I love jalapeno. So I would agree with that. Hot dogs with mac and cheese on pizza. I mean, I'm not a fan of hot dogs, but I don't think that would be bad. I would probably try a hot dog mac and cheese pizza. I like I like mac and cheese. I'll eat a hot dog, and then I like pizza. So yeah, I'd probably eat that if that's what was available. Hot dogs and mac and cheese is fire. Hot dogs inside of mac and cheese. I used to have that like beanie weenies as well, like baked beans with hot dogs in it. That's another thing I ate when I was growing up. I don't know if that's maybe why I don't like hot dogs. Because I ate that growing up. I don't know. Short clip. Remove Charm. Problem solved. No, I don't want to remove Charm, though. That's the thing. Like, people think that I want to remove Charm. I don't want Charm removed. I think it's a really cool spell. It's a very fun spell to use. I just don't want it to overshadow... I don't want it to overshadow DPS classes or tank classes. That's it. That's literally it. And you can disagree with me if you think that it doesn't do that currently, but there's empirical evidence out there that shows that it does. So you can go find that somewhere else. Awkward food pairings, perfect discussion. Maybe. Cold hot dog. Oh, gross. That's the worst kind of hot dog. Oh. No, I don't like hot dogs. If I'm gonna eat a hot dog, you got to put like make a cheese dog or a chili cheese dog. You know, chili on a hot dog is delicious. But that's because you taste the chili and the bread and the cheese. You don't taste the hot dog. That was fun. The heck? Did you have a Chicago dog in your here? I did not have a Chicago dog while I was there, no. Chili cheese dog with onions? Yeah, I'd probably eat that. Like if I go to like a check it, make sure it doesn't have buffs, because those roaming Dread Knights will get buffs from the other side. Yeah, so try to avoid those if we can. That's what I kept getting because, you know, don't have any way to not get them whenever I tag something else. And they're kind of a pain. They're not hard to do, but they're a pain when Gith's trying to work. Mix peanut butter and Cool Whip? What? Till it's nice and fluffy, then put in a banana sandwich? I have Cool Whip. I have peanut butter. I have bread. Who's not KOS? Oh, yeah. He's been there forever. We don't know what he is. We've killed him before, I'm pretty sure. Well, we haven't killed him now. We can, yeah, pull him if you want to. I don't care. I don't think he's going to drop anything. He's always up. Sure, we can try. I mean, if he starts trucking me, I'm just going to run. Trucking. I didn't say another word, you sir. Cool Whip. Cool Whip. I don't know. He's always up. Whatever's Master Tracker Lark is up too. He's been up all day. I'm not right now. When we get other people on, we could. Why are you putting so much emphasis on the H? I know that is one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite long-running jokes of Family Guy. Like they bring it back up like later on, and he's like, "It's ruined." Like, I'm not even gonna go there. Not even gonna do it. Or he gets in a car and he's like, "You want to get in my whip?" That's probably the best long-running joke of Family Guy. That just pops up randomly every few episodes. Tomorrow's a big day. Key lottery. Wish you luck. I wish you the most of luck, Uncle Joe. I hope you get in. It's the internet. People love to argue because they have no skin in the game online. Yeah, they don't. I mean, notice that people I was arguing with earlier, they're gone. All I have to do is stop arguing with them and they'll go away. I just have a problem with that. I have a problem with that in my real life. People think I'm argumentative, and it's like, I look at it differently. Like, I don't feel like I'm argumentative. I understand how I appear to be argumentative. I get that. But I just want people to acknowledge the other side. Like, I will acknowledge your side of it if you can give me facts and tell me what your point is, right? But just acknowledge the flip side of that. You know? Acknowledge where the pitfalls are and then say, I disagree, but I see where your point is. This is literally all I'm looking for most of the time. You can disagree with me, and I will probably be okay with it. But just acknowledge you understand what I'm talking about. But it just seems like people just don't understand. They just don't get it. They're just completely oblivious to certain things. I mean, I haven't been looking at my damage, so I have no idea how much he's hit me for. Yeah. So we got padded leather and a cat's eye. Oh, wait, what? Let's kill that every time he spawns. Just for that gem right there. Not that particular gem, but these are like the high-level gems. If he drops a gem every time, it's worth it. Because you can only get those off of level 60 mobs or randomly off of platinum orb. So that'll definitely be worth it. I say we kill it. Yes, yeah. So, yeah, kill it one more time. If it doesn't drop a gem, then don't worry about it. But if it drops a gem every time, it's worth it. I like cocaine and arguing. Yikes. Yowzles. I like one of those two things. I'll let you figure out which one. I just answered that, by the way, a minute ago. I don't like to argue with people. I really don't like it. Like, I've always been told that I've been argumentative like my whole life, and it bothers me. But it's like, it's one of those things where it's very hard for me to not be argumentative. And it's not that I'm argumentative so much as I guess growing up as I was younger, I felt like sometimes I wasn't heard, you know, and people just like to be heard. You know, and when you're trying to explain something to somebody and they're just completely missing the point of what you're saying, it gets really frustrating. To me, it does anyway. Like, it just is so infuriating. I'm just like, oh my God, you're completely missing the point. Charm is fun to use, but it's way overpowered. That's a good statement, Nova. That's a very good statement. I agree with you that Charm needs to be nerfed, but I think you're more good faith about it, whereas I just want enchanters to suffer and cry and be relegated to CC and buffs. Well, you know, I would love to see enchanters actually be CC and buffs like they were in 1999 of EverQuest. Like, their CC and buffs are huge. Huge to a party. They're a very big boon to a party. I don't know why enchanters don't want to do that. Like, why would you think about this? Like, if you could just CC and buff and you don't have to do anything else in your party and people just do all of the work for you and give you XP, why would you not want that? I loved it when I played Enchanter. I would sit there and have chat. Like, I would just chat with people in OOC. I would watch a movie. I would do homework. I would do whatever I wanted to do while getting the best XP in the game. And all I had to do was give buffs to my group. And then every once in a while, mez some mobs. It was awesome. I loved it. Bard enchant feels challenging so far. The Bard enchant? What, like, you're like trying to do the rotation of the Bard spells? IRL, they always cut you off before you can say a sentence. That's what irritates me. Yes, exactly, Mully. That's what bothers me and why I seem so argumentative with people in real life. Is because, like, I'm trying to explain my point, and it's going to take me a minute to get the thought process out. Like, let me get all of my information out, then come back and say, here's where I disagree. Because a lot of times, I've had this happen to me so many times where I'm in the middle of a statement, and then I have somebody disagree with me as I'm about to say what they just disagreed with me on, as I'm literally about to cover that side of it. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, let me finish my statement. Then we can talk about it, right? Just let me finish what I'm saying. Because I was literally just about to cover what you just disagreed with. Oh, it just irks me, man. It irks me. So I do come off as argumentative because of that. And I know it's a problem, and I know it's my problem. It's not their problem, and I get all of that. But I think it's, you know, a lot of times the people that call me argumentative are also argumentative. and we're just going back and forth, arguing with each other. And they're like, you're so argumentative. And I'm like, yeah, but so are you. That's why we're arguing. Because if the other person is not argumentative, then they probably would just let you vent and be done with it. So anyway, I don't get, I don't want them to be happy about it. Give us our KEI. Oh, dude, I would love to see KEI in this game. CC and awesome buffs is why I want to make an enchanter. Mandatory charming is the reason I likely won't. Yeah, exactly, Glorga. Like, that's where I'm at with it. I don't want to play an enchanter because I don't want to have to charm all day. But that's what people are going to, you know, expect of you, right? Like, I wouldn't want to do it. Like, I absolutely wouldn't want to do it. The mob enchant, like mind control. What does that do? Like, you're talking about charm? The bard enchant feels challenging so far. Are you talking about charm, Quackums? I don't know what the enchant is. Absolutely, enchanter was so unique in 1999. One of a kind class, yeah. Yes, okay, charm. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, it takes a certain type of person that likes to do that. I'm a very slow storyteller, so yeah, I can relate. Yep, there you go. I usually talk very fast, very quickly. Like, I'm a very quick talker. But my brain has to stop and think before my mouth moves faster than my brain does. So oftentimes I'm in the middle of saying something. Differentiation journal page. It's a druid one, but I don't know if anybody needs it or whatever. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I need a moment to gather my thoughts, and then let me spit a bunch of them out, and then I need a moment to gather my thoughts again. I'm a very slow thinker, but a very fast talker. Huh? Oh. I stunned it. I stunned it. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't even looking at the screen, so I wouldn't have even known. Yeah, it's all good. Absolutely, Enchanter, Archon and Rift, I still had a lot of fun doing just because the rotation was fun. Is the Archon the one that was like the healer? The DPS healer? Okay, yeah. No, you're all good, man. I mean, work is more important. I mean, it's fine. Like, if we're on EA, you know, I would definitely want to be moving faster, but it's beta. It's not a big deal. And you're going to take off for EA anyway, so. Exactly. So it's not going to be much of, at least the first week anyway. By this time in EA, you'll be back to work, but it's, you know, we'll hopefully be far ahead at that point. That's when I'm going to try to catch up on my sleep. Actually get an 8 hours of sleep 3 weeks into EA. Prior to that, I'm probably going to get 4 hours of sleep a night at most. Yo. Like 6 different buffs, all with different lengths. So you wanted... Oh, it was the buff class, the buff bot? Yeah. That would be cool in this game, too. Like having... But I think people would find that tedious, but it would be a cool thing to have. That's kind of like Bard in this game, though. Burl. Like, you might like the Bard in this game because it's 4 spells, and you're constantly casting them. So every 3 seconds, you cast a new spell. Is basically how the Bard works in this game. I think Bard can do more than 4 at once. It can't, no. 4 is the most it can keep up without it dropping. Because they last for 18 seconds. You could try to squeeze in a 5th, but it will drop. Because if it's 3 seconds per spell, that would be 12 seconds of just cast time. So if you try to get in a 5th, it's going to give you... It's going to technically be 15 seconds, and the last one will fall off. But because of like a little bit of latency and like just the lag and stuff, you're not going to be able to keep up for more than 4 without it dropping. It's very, very hard to do. Yeah, 3 times 5 is 15, 18-second duration. Yeah. So theoretically, you could do 5. You could get that 5th one in. I could not get it to work. I couldn't. Somebody might be able to if you have like a really insanely good ping, maybe. But like my ping right now, yeah, I just spiked. Look at that. 300 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds. So you gotta factor in that ping. So that's gonna add another 1 to 2 seconds over the course of those 15 seconds. So anyway, it's a whole thing. Yeah, at least 4. Yeah, 4 is easy to do. 5 is possible but difficult. 6 is impossible. There's one back here, Andy. Oh. The channel was awesome. Here's your mana candy, and then I'll sit and chill. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I remember being in like Sebelis and or in Lower Guck, and just like sitting in a corner. I would cast Clarity, and I would cast like Haste, whatever the haste spell that I had at the time. Yeah, we can try. Yeah, I would cast those spells and I would just chat in OOC. I used EverQuest as like a giant chat room. I loved it. Poor Bernola patch. I think it's got to be like a quest mob. Yeah, it's probably because of your name. CC buffs done. Yeah, that's what I loved about EverQuest. 1999 EverQuest. Absolutely loved it. Is it official that June 1st EA is 100%? 100% no. But it is a very, very, very likely thing. But there's no guarantee. I want to take some time off work, put in for it 2 weeks in advance. Yeah, I would wait a little longer to make sure that it's going to be that June 1st. I will not guarantee it. I don't even think the devs will guarantee it because they don't really know. But yeah, I can't say 100%. Yeah, probably. Apparently we're doing steaks for dinner. I'll have to cook those in a little bit. There's always a benefit to visiting the parents' house, right? No matter what age you get. You know, I'm 45 years old. I'm visiting my mom right now. And she goes to the grocery store, she comes home, and she's like, "We got steaks." Heck yeah. I'll take it. Grilled pineapple? I don't know if we're going to put grilled pineapple on them. I mean, I would eat it. I like grilled pineapple. That's why you love the holidays, right? You show up at the parents' house. All right, yeah, he dropped nothing that time, so. Not worth. Takes too long to kill him. Ketchup, do it. What? Ketchup. What about ketchup? Catsup. Have you ever seen it spelled catsup? I always thought that was weird. Like it's literally a thing. Like it's literally a thing. Catsup. Yeah, right here. Look at that. It's literally a thing. It's weird. It's just ketchup. Yeah, I didn't drop anything that time. So, not worth. Anyone who puts ketchup on steak needs to be shipped off. Yeah, like, I don't think you should have to put anything on steak. If you put anything on steak, you're cooking the steak wrong. Or you're cooking the wrong cut of steak. I put, like seasoning, right? I put a seasoning on steak, but I'm talking about like a condiment. But like putting, you know, salt, pepper, or like I like McCormick's steak seasoning. That's my favorite, which is basically just a mixture of salt, pepper, and some different things. Yeah. It's quite old. That was one of its names. Modern ketchup and modern soy sauce have a shared origin. Do they come from like soy sauce as well? You see the King and Queens episode where Arthur and Doug argue about ketchup versus catsup? I have not. No, I have not seen that. I just always thought it was weird that something was called catsup, and I was like, that's strange. Yeah, I looked into it a long time ago. That's apparently it's an origin, like you're saying, that's where it came from or whatever. But I only learned that a few years ago. Yeah, I feel like 49 is definitely a hell level. I really do. Can anybody confirm that? Because, like, I felt like that was taking forever to go through that level. And this has already gone way faster. Title says 49. Yeah, you know, whatever. Yeah, it had to be, right? It was, yeah. Yeah, it's so much faster. Like, I wish we would have had, like if we would have been leveling with Andy in the group while he was 50 and we were 49, we probably would have been able to tell. But, like, both of us were 49 most of the time, so. I guess, well, I was going to say when Gam hits 49, but then at that point, we'll probably be 51, so won't be able to tell. I guess if 49 and 51 go at about the same speed, we'll be able to tell. But yeah, I really do think it was a hell level. They just didn't have the thing in there. I feel so fast. Look at me go. Meow. Apparently, if you shrink and jump, you move faster. Like something to do with shrinking makes you move faster. I mean, jumping makes you move faster by itself, but shrinking and jumping moves even faster. Yeah, I mean, besides us not really playing a lot for the last couple days, but yeah, it just felt terrible. Like, what, should they not just change that to 50, to start at 50 and 359? It just seems like a weird place to do that. It'd be really funny if, like, they did the same thing in this game that EverQuest did by accident. Like, the whole reason they had hell levels in EverQuest was completely a rounding error accident. With all the various class pulling tools, LOL, FD, etc., which class is the best puller? Monk. Yeah. Because the Monk has instant feign death, it's just by far the best puller. Because, like, LOL can be resisted, which is part of the problem, right? Like, if you get resisted on the lull, on like the first lull, you just pull everything in the room, and that feels bad. So normally, when I do these XP groups at night, I oftentimes watch a movie or a TV show. I just finished Lost recently. So what should I watch next? I also watched War Machine. Have you guys seen that movie yet? That was actually really interesting. Silo? I've already watched Silo. I think I'm caught up on it. Mad Men is what I'm on. Ooh, I haven't watched Mad Men. I literally never watched Mad Men. I could watch that. That's an idea for sure. Like, I wanted to start watching The Pit, but I don't think my girlfriend wants me watching The Pit. Or Pit, or whatever it's called. Person of Interest. It's got Ben from Lost. I haven't watched Person of Interest either. A lot of seasons. It's very good. Yeah, I have to check it out. I may do. I wanted to watch Mad Men a long time ago when it first came out. I just never did. Like, that's one thing I miss about these games like this is because like I've been mostly for the past 9 or 10 years now. But how long have I been streaming, Burl? 10, like going on 10 years, I think, right? I stream a lot and then I can't really watch shows because I end up playing other games and doing other things and whatever. And I can't play a game and watch a show at the same time. This game allows you to do that. So I've not been keeping up with a lot of my shows. Person of Interest is great. I could check that out. How old is that show? Is that like an older show, newer show? Because like Lost was a really old show. Came out right when Lost ended. Oh, nice. It's kind of perfect timing. I've been meaning to watch the new John Hamm show where he loses his job, so he has to resort to stealing from his rich neighbors. Okay. So it's a little older for the show? Yeah, I'll have to check it out, though. So Person of Interest, Mad Men. Lost is amazing. I really enjoyed Lost. I liked that show. I actually, when that show came out, I had a buddy of mine that was watching it. And I didn't watch it for whatever reason. And he's like, dude, how are you not watching Lost? And I was like, I don't know. I'm just not watching it. And then like years later, he asked me, he's like, did you watch Lost? And I was like, no. And he's like, how have you not watched this show? Like, he was freaking out. It was like Game of Thrones to him. Like, if you're not watching that show, you are missing out on so much. But yeah, I literally just binged it for the most part over the past few months, like I would say the past 6 months to a year. I binge watched a lot of Lost. I just watched the entire last season over the last like week or two while playing this game at night. Do you think it quickly went downhill? I don't know. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. Evil if you like spooky. I like spooky, yeah. The forums were insane for Lost. They had forums about that show back then? Because wasn't that in like 2005? Did they actually have forums for that? It started the online forums? Really? I wouldn't have even known that they had like forums for TV shows back then. Would have never even guessed. Because that show was what? From 2005 until what? 2011? 6 seasons? 2004 to 2011? Okay. Huh. Yeah, I could see 2011 having that, but 2004 seems a little early. Yeah, right now, like I want to watch Pit. Here, let me look at my options. New TV show options. I could pull them up here. On the Plex server that I'm on. Let's see. TV shows. Recently released, recently added. Chicago PD, Chicago Fire, Chicago Med. So those are, I don't want to watch those. Scrubs. Ooh, I need to watch the new Scrubs. I haven't watched that. Has anybody watched Scrubs? The new one? I loved watching Scrubs. Evil. Evil is on here. Season 19 of Evil? Wait, it's called Evil Lives Here. Is that what you're talking about, Burrow? Is Evil Lives Here? Okay, so that's a different show. High Potential. I watched the first season of that. I enjoyed it. Shrinking. Wait, is Shrinking? I watched season 1 and 2 for sure. Season 3, I don't know. I think I watched that. Memory of a Killer. What is that? Looks interesting. Let's see. Evil is one that I could definitely watch. And then, what was the other one? Person of Interest. Yep, Person of Interest. I could watch that. Evil show. Okay, I see that on here. So I can watch both of those. Alright. Maybe we'll do that. I'll start a new show tonight. I like Terminal List and the newer Jack Ryan series. Jack Ryan's always been pretty fun to watch. Yeah, I'm gonna make steaks in a little bit too. Most bards don't. How would you describe the graphics of this game? Artistically stylized, and I like them personally. Like they're very stylized graphics. They're low poly count, but a lot of detail. A lot more detail than you would think. They're very highly detailed. Like if I were to like zoom in on my dwarf here, like you can see, look at the detail like in the armor and stuff and the eyes and like wrinkles and hair. You know, chest hair and foot hair. There's nothing up. That's solo pullable. Pulled something. Hopefully it comes solo. It's a footman, by the way. And no, it brought a friend. This is why I can't pull, man. Like, on my way back, every time I get an ad. It seems to be working okay so far. Yeah, he does kind of need to send it in to attack. Worst bard ever. The actual text in the follow needs to be bigger. Okay, I can adjust that. No, he's charming it, just not telling it to attack. Oh. What time do you want to eat? Okay. You got seasoning or something on this? What are you gonna put on? Huh? You're gonna show me? Okay. Excuse you. Golly. That door makes so much noise when you open it. I don't... Where's... I can't... Oh, that over here. Yeah, I couldn't see it. I have other mobs that are on my screen. But they're not actually there. Chicago steak seasoning. Alright, sounds good to me. Sprinkle it on. Alright, let me see if I can update the font size. How much bigger do we need to go on the font size? That should be an easy enough fix. Well, I gotta fix it for each one separately, though, don't I? Yikes. Maybe 50% more? So, like, if it's 12 font, go up to, like, 18 font? So font is currently at 16. I'll put it up to 20. Or should I go higher? 16, I can go to 24. That would be 50% more. Anybody not follow that wants to follow that we can test that out and see if 24 is good? You could be my test person. Hey, there we go. That did not seem to get any bigger. It's not showing the actual follower name, really? It's saying XXX has followed? I don't know why it's doing that. I don't see any singles up. What? Oh, up there, yep. I can do that. Hey, I'm not that short. Little text. I still got an ad. Look at that. Like, every single time, dude. I always get ads. Ah, you had LOL and Feign Death. Little cheater. I'm okay. The name itself is small. Okay, so placeholder. Oh, wait a minute. Font size and then placeholder font settings. All right. Oh, okay. The name, I fixed it again. Now they're both 24. Yeah, apparently, like, the name of the person has a different font size. So should I go higher or bigger than that, though? Like 28? Let me see. $28 seems like it fits. Yeah, I don't have the I don't have the audio turned on. On purpose. 28 barely fits in there, though. I think that 28 is like the biggest I can go. And then it won't look good otherwise. So we'll do 28. How does Monster Memories win in groups? Is it round robin, free for all? It's free for all for loot. And then what you would need to do is if you see something you want, you have to kind of let your party know and say, hey, I want to roll for that or whatever. But yeah, it's free for all loot. So I'm trying to adjust all these font sizes. I got to do one for every type of alert. All right, they should all be good. Font sizes should be good. Everything should be good. Hopefully. Money split in groups is a bit weird. So yeah, the way money split works is if it can't split it equally, it then does like a round robin loot style. Charms an archer? But yeah, so what it'll do is let's say you have 7 silver and you have 6 people in your party. It'll give everybody 1 silver and then it'll give some random person 2 silver. Or like 1 additional silver. At least in my testing, that's what it seems like it does. You making potatoes, JoJo? Okay. Right. Well, it looks like we're going to start making some dinner here. So, I'm going to go ahead and hop off the stream for today. I'll be back on here tomorrow. Let me see if there's anybody fun to raid. I was kind of talking about this yesterday. I generally don't raid people for various reasons. Is coffee on? Okay, we'll raid one morning coffee. We'll do that today. That'll be easy. Hang on, let me get to it. But I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern. So yeah, go hang out with Coffee, say hey to him. Have him show you all of the charm stuff that I've been complaining about. He'll show it to you on the Necromancer. He'll show you how it works. So have fun. See you all next time. Don't get in trouble. But take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.